Friends, good evening, and this is your host Sangeet Khanelwal joining us from Delhi, India, and we have Kimberly Calhoun joining us from Raleigh, North Carolina, USA, and welcome to IGM TV Celeb Tuesday. Good morning to Kim and good morning to the world. And today we will be having Celeb Tuesday, and hopefully all our guests will lined up at an convenient time based on what we have discussed, and we have a great lineup. But Henning will be there at 12. Uh, Hollywood producer, and we'll be discussing about movies and stuff. But apart from that, I am not sure when people will be joining. So, Kim, it's about a lot of discussions what we can do on a Celeb Tuesday. And today's Celeb could be one of them. I mean, we can have a Jim as a celebrity, and we talk about a lot of things with Jim as well.
Jim is a celebrity on IBM TV, and he joins us every day. But you know what, people? That's what makes a celebrity, right? I mean, Brad Pitt didn't become a celebrity overnight. He showed up for things every single day.
That's my goal,
right?
My high bar, Brad Pitt.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you know what? I think it'll be better. But here's I use him as an example because he came up very powerful. George Clooney, the same thing, right? Extremely powerful, influential actor, but it was because they showed up. They showed up all the time for anything to get what? To get awareness, to broaden.
And now we have our second celebrity, Alexander Starr from Canada.
That's right. So this is what it takes. It takes showing up and being there for the viewers because they're not here for themselves. They're here for you. They're here to help us actually carry the show. But, being a celebrity is about the viewers. Go ahead.
I wanted to say that I love the term overnight success because everybody, they put in so much work for so long and then all of a sudden they make it. And everybody calls them an overnight success. And it's nothing of the kind.
But
every story I did with Nick about all these millionaires and billionaires and they said, yeah, I always heard that, wow, you became successful overnight. And he goes, I put 20 years in.
That is what, because journey is more important than successful because people will see that you are successful. But the journey, if you believe and if you live that journey, that is more, I think, important. And that is what we are trying to do here to be successful. We are successful at certain levels, but everyone has a different vision or different aim to be reaching at certain point of time. That is what we are trying to do.
Well, and that's the key is we all have that different vision, just like we all have different things that make us happy. Whenever I ask somebody, what do you want out of life? They all say happiness. I'm like, so one day I started saying, well, what would make you happy? And that's where you differentiate everything, right? And, we all want to be happy, but what makes each of us happy is different. We all want to be successful, but that definition of success is going to be different. But there's only one way to get there. And that's to be consistent and to be reliable and to be out there as much as you can. So
when you ask them that question, do they have an answer ready at their lips or do they have to think for a moment? What makes you happy?
Nobody thinks much.
Yeah.
Nobody. A lot of them usually know. Very few people have to stall and think. Now, the biggest question, I'm going to see if I can pull it up today. We need to play this. Nick had a surprise question for everyone that was on our TV show when we ran Money Masters. And it was hilarious to me, the look on the faces when I couldn't wait. In fact, it was kind of like, I'm the kind of person to want to enjoy everything, right? The whole interview process. But it got to the point I couldn't wait to the end when he asked that question. And in fact, sometimes he would almost forget and I would be nudging him. You forgot your question. Because the look on people's faces was priceless.
Yeah.
Because they would have to and then answer. And I'll play it because I don't want to ruin it. But you have to ask yourself, because I would have to ask myself, how would I respond if he asked me that question? Right. Of course, he would ask the panel that question, but we already had the culture shock of him asking somebody else first, right? So he would ask the guest, and then the panel, we would have to handle the question ourselves. So, but it was, I love the look on people's faces, and because not many people watched our show, they didn't know that was coming, right? But
Anke, you're an overnight success. aren't you? Like you're always on every day for IBM TV, and it just happened like that, didn't it?
Overnight success is that is, I think Kim already answered. It's not an overnight success. You have to do a lot of things. And for IBM TV, you won't believe, we have, I think, if I count the dates, I have the dates, how many meetings I've attended. I think we have done almost like 50 meetings, or maybe more than that, before we started this live show.
I see.
People do, know me apart from, and you won't believe, Sasha is always there on our meetings, and so as other people. But Sasha knows that sometimes we have like 20 people, and sometimes we have 3 or 4.
Right.
So people who stayed there, they are still here. I'm not saying that those people are not a part of it, but it's just that they are not on regular. You don't know a lot of them basically, but they are still with us. But people who join us on daily basis since day one. So that is how. And
how did you get it? How did you get into those meetings? How did you personally get into those meetings?
So that's an interesting thing. What happened is that I am a part of a lot of social media groups, and I'm active on Startup Fraternity and all those stuff. So 2 years ago, maybe more than that, maybe 2.5 years ago, so there was a guy called Nick Palaveda. He wants to join all the groups on which I am. So I'm on all the groups of startup around the world. Startup Australia, Startup Canada, Startup Europe, all whatever group is. And I was like, how come one guy is asking for permission to join this group? Or maybe I'm talking about 100 groups. And I was like, I don't know. So I've just made him to be a part of those groups. And then we started talking. And then he told me about Startup Masters and things like that. And I said, okay, let's see what we can do. And then he invited me for meetings. And then that's how we started working with IBM. And I think I joined the first meeting or second, I don't know. But since then, we are working together.
I think it was April 2019. It was in April 2019 because
and you won't believe that happened when I was in India, and then I was in US for almost a month in New Jersey and New York and California. And so what in India, what the thing is that suppose if you ask me for a meeting, so I said okay, I'll meet you and we'll meet on this date, this time, and this place. So I said okay, I will be in Washington on some date. So let's meet. So Nick says okay. So I was like, okay, let's meet at Washington. So Nick generally somehow he skips a lot of messages because he has a lot of messages. So he didn't check there is a venue as well. So when I reached at the venue, I said, I'm waiting for you. He said, we have to meet online. I said, online? So then I realized
it doesn't matter where you are.
Yeah. So then I realized, okay, there's an online setup as well because it was not mentioned in the mail. According to Nick, everything is online, basically. When we are talking about a meeting, it's online. But according to me, maybe it's online, maybe it's offline. So yeah. I was there standing at the in front of that hotel, and then I was like, okay. Then I set up at Starbucks and then meet, and then we started those IBM meetings. And then I think I met Kim on second or third meeting. I think she was not there on the first meeting which I've attended. And then since then, we are working. And the best part is that, Jim, everyone asked me, how am I associated with IBM, what they do and all those things. So, and then they asked me, do you have any contract? Do you have any, signatures, or do you have any understanding or MOU or things like that? Anything. I said the contract could be on papers, on email. But if you started working with people for so long, I don't think so we need any contract. Maybe we need something in terms of business orientation, maybe to do some businesses. But generally, once you start working on it, you don't need a contract as such. And that's what we are doing in India. But since a while, a lot of people have started, misusing and things like that. That's why we have those contract things. But contract is generally more of a satisfaction. So every person asks me, what is IBM? What do you do? What is the contract? How much you get? What is your earning? A lot of questions. Yes. And I have to answer those questions every day because every day people say that, okay, I'm watching IBM. So what do you do in IBM? How much you're earning? Are they paying you? What do you do? And all those things. And how they choose you. They also ask me why they choose you.
Yes, because everybody wants to be the next Ankit.
Well,
that's why you're the celebrity today.
People need to think that there's something written in blood or stone, and we are a work in progress. And I don't mind putting an MOU together, a memorandum of understanding, but there is no definitive arrangement because we had no idea where IBM TV was going to go. Nick acquired it. We actually, this whole thing started doing a series, a mini series with IBM. And that started because Nick and I wanted to do a show called Startup Masters. So, and I met the general manager of IBM TV, and they wanted to be a part of it. Like he goes, how do we collaborate? And so we did this as a, just a work in progress. And we ended up with a lot of things in writing that nobody ever carried through, right? We spent a lot of hours and a lot of time with things in writing, and nobody ever followed through. And then attorneys always had to get in the middle of everything. And we found out that the people that we were just working with that would show up to meetings and be reliable they were the people who didn't need anything in writing, because they knew that once we were all successful, we all have an equal outcome, because that's pretty much how Nick and I work. But the minute you start putting things like a director we worked with a year ago, he wanted everything in writing. So we put everything in writing, but then he kept changing the rules. The minute he saw something successful started happening, he decided he wanted more. And then he wanted to change the rules. And so we figure if you just do everything and you work together equally, it all pans out equally. It's not always 100% the best way. There are some people I'm going to do a contract with because it's just, the way you should do things in business. But
of course,
Board of Advisors was not something that we needed to do. And we felt like that if having IBM TV as your name to help you do what you're trying to achieve, and you're helping us achieve something in your country, then it's a win-win. And that's where and Kit, he might not have remembered me, but I remember when he first showed up, and I was looking at this kid going, my gosh, where did this kid come from? Yeah. I thought he was a kid.
Sure.
I was so impressed because he showed up every week, like every week. And then he not only started showing up, he started bringing ideas, just like you two, right? So those are the like-minded people you want to work with. It's not the negative naysayers that keep saying that won't work or this won't work or you should, because I get a lot of that. I get a lot of people going, that's not going to work. And then I ask them, what will? And the minute they don't open their mouth, I'm done with them. Okay, fine. I don't need you. I get enough of that won't work. I want to, like a director came out to me one time and he said, you're the most beautiful, smart woman I've ever worked with, but you look like shh on screen. And it's just as loud and in front of everyone at the party. And you would think I would just be embarrassed and shrink and shrivel to nothing, because he has a tendency of doing this to people. And I just looked at him, okay, fine. Tell me how I can improve that.
Good for
I
you.
agree with you. I look like crap on TV. I see it. How do I fix it? And he did this and he goes, meet me tomorrow. And I did. I showed up.
Good for you.
And he did. He was hard on me. You have no idea. He was brutal, like you don't understand brutal. And my team was like, why do you put up with that? I said, because when he said something looked bad or wasn't right, he was willing to open his mouth to tell me how to fix it.
Right.
And
that's what you need.
And and Nick will tell you the difference in me meeting these people and going, like I went to NABS and a couple of other conferences to learn how to do things right and look right. He will tell you the difference. He goes, oh my God, there's such a huge difference from day 1 to day 20. And it wasn't overnight. It was a lot of work.
So you put in the work, right?
A lot of work.
The feedback, and you did in the work, and now look at you.
It was a lot of financial investment on my end too. And it didn't take. I'm not talking about like, plastic surgeries or things like that. But it took conscious mindsets. Right. Just like we do every day with COVID, it takes a conscious mindset to do this and to put on the mask before you or take it. Make sure you pack it before you go anywhere. Having a box of masks now has made my life easier. I have a couple of cloth ones, but I keep a pack in the car because they come in those little individual packages, like in 10, and I hand them out to the family so that they always have them. But conscious effort.
Yes.
And a lot of people don't like the word homework, but we all have to do it. And Sasha's so quiet. So this is something I noticed about Sasha. He would come and just learn.
Yeah.
I now
Sasha,
look at him. He's running 2 TV shows. I call it 3, but he's running 2 TV shows. But one of them seems like 2 to me because he's teaching you how to financially invest both moderately and aggressively. More like he calls it the modern. But to me that's 2 in 1. And you've been on the show every day, you've learned, but you just, this is why I tell people, we just didn't start the show. Ankit and I worked together a year before we did this.
I see.
And
Sasha, how did you get better at chess? Was it easy for you?
First of all, I never liked my way of playing, and I feel really sorry for my play. Although I'm very strong, but still, it's not the strength of my play. It's a style. It's kind of a sneaky way of avoiding the usual positions that everybody plays. At the same time, not to jeopardize my position, so to keep it. So my play, what you just said earlier, Kim, about work in progress. I was just writing this book. So my chess game is a crime in progress. That's what it is.
Who's that book about? A Crime in Progress. I love it.
Crime in progress. Yeah. No, it's a fantastic book. Actually, I read it twice, and sometimes I'm reading certain parts of it. It's really, really a great book. Recommend to anybody to read.
What is the crime? What is the crime?
The crime, okay. The crime is committed by several persons and entities, and the major actual culprit is it's hidden. It's not becoming obvious, but if you read very carefully, you understand that Republican Party knew everything about Trump in several briefs and proven documents, but they had decided to conceal it, not to discuss it, not to disclose it, just because they believed that the Trump can and actually won the presidency. And all they need is to win presidency, because the dark money, which you probably already read, you know that they were successful in bringing House and Senate, but they failed to bring presidency. They couldn't do it. Right, that's it. They couldn't. They failed, and because you know what, it's a very complicated project, and even coaches with all their billions and billions of dollars, they just couldn't make it in 1908. They couldn't make it in 1912. And they wanted, if they wouldn't make it in 2016, it would mean that for the next 40 years, they will never, ever get presidency. So they put all their efforts together, and they agreed to make Trump, he's known, he's television personality, he is supposedly a billionaire, at least a lot of people believe in that. And that's their best chance. And so they compromise, but there is a price to pay, I think, later this year. Quite amazing things will start happening with Republican Party. They will find themselves without any senators. There will be a party, but no senators. I think there will be a clean sweep of that.
You know, I've always questioned about this. I know everybody said it was because Hillary ran against him, and it became a political stomping ground of anyone but Hillary. but because Trump violated every facet of anyone's ethics,
Any
right?
standard. Any
And
standard.
he still won. He violated every ethical bone in most people's body. I would ask people, would you hire this man? Seriously, given his background, he still, he stole money from a child's fundraiser for cancer. And paid for his blood. But would you hire a man who insults everyone he sees and puts them down instead of builds them up? And people would look at me and go, "Yeah, I would." And no, you wouldn't. You would have never hired this man if we were all working together. So I found it odd how many people actually voted for him, but we know for a fact that Hillary won the people's voice. Like she won the people's votes.
Won the most votes.
Yeah, she won the people's votes. Trump won that stupid electoral thing that
Electoral college, which is an old, archaic form of government that we should abolish.
Yeah, and people tell me, well, people you liked won that way too, and I go, and I never liked the electoral vote either because it's not. People go, well, then you'll have the heavy states, and that's not true. People's voices will win, and they should win. That's what a presidential election should be about. It should be about the people's voice, not about political parties. And
the hangover from the 1800s, and it does need to go away. But the main thing, I think Hillary was winning and would have won if Comey hadn't come out with that letter or that announcement about the emails and all of that kind of stuff. Because right up until then, she had a clear lead. And after that, everybody went, oh, my goodness, maybe there's more to this. So the FBI director came out right before the election and torpedoed her. Now, but we can relive all of that, but that's ancient history now.
No, and it's amazing to me how just, you could do that to a woman and ruin her, just like, certain other women who went to prison for crimes that men didn't go to prison for. But you can't do that to a man. How many things did we show about Trump and people still put him up on a pedestal? And that to me is the difference between men and women, where men will get fame over the same things that women get shamed over. And so you could sit there and say that, Trump did all these emails. People go, big deal. Trump did a big deal. And
that's fine. Right off the bat.
And a woman will do it, like what's her name? The cook, the homemaker. Martha Stewart went to prison.
Yep. Over stuff that guys do all the time.
She wasn't. I don't even think she was really guilty. I really don't.
I have a question for you. In a democracy, every vote counts. How many voters are in US and how many people vote in US elections?
Well, we have a bad turnout. We're not proud of how many.
Except for me, I know you guys turn out too, but I got a bunch of these. I got a whole line of these. So yeah.
I'm just trying
to compare how election works in US compared to India. So whenever you go out to vote, what is the turnout for election day?
It's not very good.
No, it's
never been very good.
Do you have any percentage?
I'd say 60%, maybe. Not. That's probably high.
I would say, right, okay. Yeah. 60 is calling it high.
So out of the 60%, how many people have voted for the Trump government in 2016?
How many people voted for who?
Trump.
What is the percentage of Trump winning the elections out of 60%?
Hillary won, I think, by what? It wasn't a huge amount, but it was like 55. She broke the 50%.
Well, the total votes that she got were a few million more than Trump, but she didn't get them in the right states.
Yeah.
Well, I know.
So what happened in India is that our voting is like turnaround would be around 65%, and then the government who is in power, they got around although the voting or the percentage of their votes are increasing, but the winning vote or the winning percentage of the people of India and compared to the population, we have voted them around 38%. So 38% of the people have voted for the government. 38. Okay. Now, then the other percentage is like for second party, third parties, and fourth parties, and there are a lot of people who didn't vote it. So now we always have a debate that I mean, if you talk in 100%, only 30% of the people have opted for this government. What about the rest of 62%? But in democracy, it's not about one or two; it's about 100 parties. So we have a lot of parties, and if you count vote share of all the parties, that it becomes the 62% or whatever it is. But the winning party got 38%. As a democracy, whoever got the more vote, they win. That's how we do in India. So the understanding is that out of 100 people, 38 people only voted for Jim, and Jim is the president. But what about the rest of 62% of people who didn't vote it for you?
Right.
That's the debate.
So you always have the minority winner.
So basically, so what happened is that we have a hierarchy like people who voted for government, like 38%, people who didn't vote for government, that may be 32%, and then the rest of the people who didn't vote. So then we have arranged one more thing which is called nota, which means you don't want to vote for anyone. And if nota wins 1/3 of the voting share of a particular constituency, the people who are there on that, people who are fighting on that constituency, they will have to ban themselves, and there will be new people. So the nota is going great because nota means you didn't like any of the people who you want to vote, but you came here for your election rights and you want to vote, but you are not voting for the candidate, you are voting for against the candidate. That is what nota is all about.
Right. Yeah.
But the understanding is that if you explain to a student, that means once a prime minister gets 38%, he can be elected as the president or prime minister of India or US with just 30% of the vote. That is how the match is all about.
Right.
Right. So there's a thing called absolute majority. So if and I don't know what absolute majority is. I don't know if it has to be 100%.
I think it's super
but it's by 25%.
I think it's a super majority.
Right. Even the laws don't really define it. I'm sure there is a law somewhere, but the laws that I was looking at, but 5 presidents won by electoral college vote that did not win at all. The people's voice. So that's something to consider, and I think India has an interesting way of their elections. I think every country has things that bend the rules. I mean, what does Canada do, Sasha? Uh-oh. There you go.
Oh, the difference is that we have 3 parties. I wouldn't call them 3 major parties, but at least 2 major parties and one New Democratic Party. They've been around now for some quite time, and they have their electorate, but with virtually no chances ever to be elected as a major government. So I remember in the debates a few years ago, the New Democratic Party leader, I don't remember his or her name, something was promising and saying certain things, and at that time Prime Minister Harper, who in my opinion was the best Prime Minister of Canada ever, he said, I really admire and everything what you're saying. I'm even jealous of you, because you can promise almost anything, you know that you'll never be elected. So you can go on and promise all kinds of things that never will be tested. And Harper won.
That's typical, right?
Yeah. Promise the world.
That's they learn that in high school when they run for president. Promise the world, but give nothing. It just Nick. What a surprise! You just in from vacation.
Well, actually, I don't go on until tomorrow. I
Oh,
was trying to say that it's tomorrow, but it's not
But
today. So I'm not
Nick-
leaving until
Nick,
tomorrow.
before you showed up, Kimberly told me that I can ask to have my salary doubled, and you
Oh,
would.
I
you would say,
absolutely.
"Fine."
You know what the thing is? You have done such a great job, Jim. I am so bloody impressed that the board of advisors at IBM TV have voted unanimously to double your existing salary. Okay, and not only that, to provide bonuses equal to everything else that we make. So the thing is, you know, so the thing is, we figured we would do a match, but yeah, it was great.
Cheryl, like,
Actually, this
There.
morning I was doing mundane legal paperwork, which is what I do for a living. In other words, here's what I really do: all these papers. I mean, Lord, this TV stuff is
Does it
something.
make you happy?
Well, no, it makes money. Okay, you know, the thing is, see, it's a whole different cat. Okay, so see, when I do this stuff, I get paid. Okay, when I do this stuff, it's volunteer, so it's like a whole different cat, you know. But hey, it's like getting royalties from a book. You can't beat that, or getting dividends on stocks. You can't beat that.
Can't beat that.
That's the stuff that you want to do, you know. And yeah, it's been very challenging. And then I thought, you know, I just spent literally, I don't know what, 2.5 hours, and I got more paperwork to do. I mean, you know, it's all stacked on top. I got a bunch of stuff to do on July. So then I thought, well, I'm bored. Let's go to IBM TV, where all the board people hang out, you know, find out what's going on. Hey, speaking of board people, Sunil Weir-Mantri, apparently one of you guys having him on, emailed me, one of his agents or stuff like that. I don't know what it's about. I've known him for years, literally.
That's what he told me.
You know, because we played in the Bermuda International, but this goes back, you know, decades ago now. But the thing is, like I said, these guys, like he does, here's what I understand. He does it full time. He won the New York State Championship Master. He was with Haraku, his basically his father and stuff. I mean, you know, his mindset is all into one thing, chess. Okay, I mean, that's it. And he's done quite well for himself, from my understanding, with all his chess education, similar to what Elliot Neff is doing in Seattle.
Right.
Now, I believe that whole, because Elliot has like disappeared, that whole area of education just took a big hit. And we didn't have Jeff Brown on yesterday, the dean of University of Illinois. But I don't know if you know what happened. Harvard just announced no classes this year. Okay, everybody's got to go online. They're going to have no students come to their university. Princeton did the same thing, but, well, we're going to let a couple of people trickle in maybe one semester. Seriously, the universities are shutting down. Now, at Northeastern, where I teach, the graduate text program's been online for 10 years. So nothing's changed, except they told me all my materials are due Monday. Okay, in other words, so I'm sitting there stacked with all these materials I got to put out by Monday.
So
And then I
after
thought,
the legal
well,
work is done, you can go to your coursework.
well, you know, the thing is, oddly enough, it's never done. I mean, it's just like this. It's like saying, hey, once you guys figure out chess, let me know and we'll be done. Okay, you know, it just ain't going to happen, at least.
So here's something
anytime soon.
that people need to take a look at. I saw this on being advertised on TV yesterday, is that everyone is turning to online schools. Even though we had homeschooling, people are turning to this. They talked about how do we re-engage and start schools, and how do kids get on buses. I think we need to go back to local schools where kids can walk to school again. I don't think we need to be busing our kids, but they're talking about one child per seat on a bus. Well, that's only going to be 20 children going to school. And so I think we really need to reconsider how we've done things in the past 30 to 50 years, because they started busing about, I can remember as a child walking to school. When fourth grade started, it's when they decided to segregate, and we started being bused, which took an hour each way every day, took away my life. But anyway, I think we need to get rid of busing across town. We need to go back to local schools. But everyone is going to online schools, just like Harvard, Yale.
Of course. Right. University of Illinois.
Yeah, but look,
I mean,
K-12 is becoming very prominent, and they even have the cap and gown set up so that you can get the cap and gown. You know.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I think what you're going to see is and we already know there's this big push. Oh, we got to send the kids back to school. Okay, we've gone over this before. I mean, we said months ago when they started this reopening plan in the United States, because it's not a reopening plan. It was no plan. It was stupid. I got to find out the definition of stupid. To me, it's like obvious to anybody except the person who made the decision because they're mentally challenged. Okay, we knew that this was going to increase. We already figured it out here at IBM TV, but any moron should have been able to figure it out. Yet our leaders were apparently unable to figure it out. And so the thing is, here's the deal with the school stuff, the way they're going about it, because they're totally senseless. All it'll do, as my son accurately said, it's a petri dish for COVID-19. Okay, in other words, all you're going to do is mix a lot of kids together. You're going to spread the disease. Now, that's the bad news. In other words, we're going to have more COVID-19 because, again, we're initiating stupid policies. Okay, yeah, right. As a matter of fact, somebody said it's in the name of freedom. I like that the other day.
That was me.
Was that you? Okay, anyway, it's freedom. I'd like to trademark that. Americans are into freedom.
I think I already started that.
You got the trademark for freedom. Okay, DUMB. Yeah. Okay, got to get a trademark on that.
I was afraid I was going to lose my job over that one.
Yeah, you probably will. I've already got political complaints about you.
I know.
We'll stick them away. Okay, what?
What else is new?
Yeah, what else is new? But the thing is, okay, so that's the bad news. The good news is that the treatments are getting better, as we well know, and the vaccines are starting to appear on the horizon, which we well know. And we predicted this. I don't know. You can see the part of the reason we're doing all these tapes and recording them. Some guy 50 years from now will come back and say, hey, these people were all right, and they'll do a little survey about it, or they'll do a documentary about it. Duh. Okay, so the thing is, what's happening is the treatments are getting better, which we predicted, okay, which will lower the death rates per infection rate. Okay, in other words, you have X amount infected, then the deaths per the infected rate is going to go down. And then the vaccines are already on the horizon, which may be out before the end of the year. The only question is the effectiveness of the vaccines.
I don't know that a vaccine is the answer. I think we have put to bed a lot of viruses that were deadly, and we never found a cure for them. We just put them to bed.
Well, that's what it is. It's an effectiveness, because really, I mean, almost all the vaccines, what they're doing is they're injecting you with the disease, trying to build your antibodies up so that you don't get it, because you already have enough antibodies in your system to thwart the disease. So it's kind of a counterintuitive thing. Okay, you don't have COVID-19, Kim, we're going to give it to you, but in such a low dosage that you'll build up antibodies, so you'll be resistant to it. So it's a different cat, and the doctors never like to explain it that way because it seems counterintuitive. You don't have it, no problem, we'll get it to you, but in a fashion that you can handle it. So
here's my concern. First off, we call it a virus, but we still don't know whether it's a disease or a virus, and I think we just need to take a heavier look at that. It's been around for a long time, but it comes back in different forms.
Oh yeah, sure, it mutates.
So the mutation of it is just going to be inevitable, just like the flu. The flu's been around and it keeps coming back. The problem is just containing it and putting it direct, just like we did Ebola, right? Which everyone goes, oh, this is only going to be 2 weeks. And I'm like, it takes 93 days. It takes 3 months to contain a virus in any given flare up. It takes, because you got to get the people controlled. You got to get it under control. You got to treat, and you got to heal. And that's a 3-month process for a handful of people. So we're still in the stupid stage of this.
Well, I think we're moving rapidly toward getting treatments and vaccines that'll be somewhat effective in the United States. Okay, yeah, and the treatments are coming faster because of what they figured is take the antibodies, and this is an old treatment, somebody that's already had it, and put it into somebody who is affected, right, a plasma, and then quercetin, which is what Dr. Moskowitz recommended, and turmeric, which is Irina Kersh's recommendation, okay, is stuff that I'll sit there and I'll inventory just in case, because I know here's what also might happen in the next couple months. The hospital beds will be all full. Okay. Next guy that has it, don't bother to come in. And some of the people that go to these emergency rooms, I got to go to the emergency room, I'm sick. They've really never, their definition of sick is different than my definition. I got a runny nose. I'm sick. I go to the emergency room. I mean, seriously, because I've seen them on TV. Look, if you're sick and you get on TV, you're not that sick. Okay, if you're really sick, you're not on any TV.
People don't use. So the reason why people use the emergency room is because they don't have the insurance. Or
they don't have health insurance, right? That's because our health system here sucks.
They're going to the emergency room for cold.
Okay, no, it's real clear. Okay, Alexander Starr lives in Canada. Okay, and Canada has universal health care system. So he's smart. He goes, I'll go from Russia to Canada because I know I'll have universal health care system taking care of me, which exists in almost every developed country except frankly, it exists in every developed country. Third world countries like the United States of America do not have that type of health care system. So as soon as we admit where we're really at, we'll be better off. I mean, seriously, because otherwise we would have this universal healthcare system. It should have been implemented many years ago.
Team hired.
We spend $1.7 trillion a year, okay, for a system that we've seen doesn't work. Now that's insane.
Yeah, most expensive and the worst.
What?
We just spent $4 trillion in 1 week.
Yeah, but a lot of that was giveaway, and you're absolutely correct. A lot of it did not go to the rank and file people. I've already looked at all this stuff. Okay, who was that came in? One of the professors came in, or maybe it's David K. Johnson, that showed that we had 2.7 trillion in cash. Okay, you know what that is? Here's what really happened, because it happened to our company too. Okay, we took the PPP money in, we took the money in, we parked it in the bank. Seriously. And so did 2.7 trillion other people. In other words, we weren't the only companies. I've got a lot of cash sitting in the bank right now. What's it for? It was PPP money, and it was, I forgot, I have to ask Max, EDIL money, and it was all this other money. And we even asked, we had meetings about it. Should we take it? Should we not take it? I said, Max, you don't know where the economy's going. At least we have the cash. Okay. Part of it's loans, part of it's grant, but just park it. So we parked it. Well, so did 2.7 other trillion businesses. Now, what about the small business? What about the real small business? Oh, like
you
money
didn't hire people. You didn't build factories. You didn't do any of those things.
Well, okay. You're smoking some of that Western weed, dude. Okay.
No, dude, I'm not. I'm just saying what you're doing. You're parking the money. Everybody's parking the money.
We're not the only guys
that comes back into the economy.
Okay. And then the people that really need it, like money masters, here's what they get: nothing. Okay, because they don't have enough track record to get anything. So the thing is, the people as you go down,
it wasn't even enough track record. It was just. I mean, we got our application in early.
I know.
We got our confirmation number. But let me tell you how stupid these people are. They're not stupid, actually. They're the guys like insurance companies. Followed in the denial. All right. So then I come back and I go, why did you deny us? You said everybody qualifies. I got in under the umbrella because I have a confirmation number. They sent back and said, file.
Okay, part of it is banking relationship. Our banking relationship goes back 20 years with millions of dollars running through it. We get the loan.
It had nothing to do with
Money Masters hadn't been around long enough to establish a big enough banking relationship to have the banks push the SBL loans through. It's all about the money. And Kit knows, he shows the little dollar bills. I mean,
but it was so stupid because they denied it. So I sent it back and they said, well, here's a reconsideration. Fill this out. And it was only half the application. So I filled out half the application, and they came back and they go, well, you filed twice, so we're going to delete you.
I know.
Oh my gosh. I did not file twice. You told me to
I deal with that stuff daily. That's
my. Kafka wrote a novel about this.
No, it's the realities of.
So then I send them back a reconsideration and go, wait a minute, you're the ones who told me to redo this, and I did it just like you told me. What idiot is in charge? And
there is no one in charge. What do you think? Right. Thinking this is the government. No one's in charge. You know, it's just bureaucrats passing the buck.
So then they kick back and say,
quick question for everyone.
We want your taxes from last year. And I go, well, we didn't have taxes from last year. You didn't ask for that in the beginning. Well, we want to see your tax records from last year.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, the real problem is if you're not established and you do not have track records,
Yeah.
you are at a tremendous disadvantage in this country. In other words, your antecedents, and this is this thing about equality that rolls around the internet. Oh, we've got to be equal. There ain't nobody equal. Come on, because you're economically unequal. As long as you're economically unequal, not that I'm a communist, but come on.
You
But seriously, if you're economically unequal, look, Jim is not equal to who's the crazy guy over there, Elon Musk. Elon Musk has 10 times more, maybe 1,000 or 10,000 times more power in this country than poor little Jimmy, who gets his royalties from chess. Now, he may be happier than Elon Musk, okay, but that doesn't matter. You know,
So
the
Nikhil,
economic
first-
power that Elon Musk has is 1,000 times more than what Jim has. Okay, and that's the realities of it. What?
A question for you on Elon Musk. So Elon Musk is one of the celebrities like anyone else in US. So can a celeb influence voters to change the voting pattern? Is it possible, or it's happening somewhere?
Of course. Are you trying to say can wealthy people change people's voting patterns? Absolutely. There's a whole book over there by Noam Chomsky dealing with how the media influences people and their decisions. Okay, do you ever see these ads on, well, maybe you don't have them in India, but they have political ads here in the United States, okay? And they're not there paying hard dollars not to influence people. They are. Hard dollars are there to influence people. So Elon Musk, that has 1,000 times more power than Jim or me or anyone else, can easily, if he wants to, write the little check, go in that direction, send it to his PAC. These people aren't stupid. Yeah. See, look at the PAC attacks that go on there. Send it to the PACs. The PACs put it on the media. We're sitting there, oh, I guess that's true because we don't know any better. And we vote that direction. Of course. You know that they have more power. So this whole thing, go out and protest all you want about equality. You don't got it. Okay, I mean, the thing is, you're going the wrong direction.
I tell people, and this is nothing but
don't waste my time. It's just a distraction. Right.
Well, they're doing all of these.
What are you doing? Elon Musk throws his full weight behind Kay Westford. Hey, listen. The only problem is Elon Musk isn't that heavy. Okay, so he needs to gain more weight, then he could throw the weight behind it.
Well, look at Bloomberg. Bloomberg tried to use his.
He did, and he got to double ditch it. Okay, yeah. See, unfortunately, money is not the. That's because money is not always the only answer. Look, if we had all the money in the world, we would have solved COVID-19. Money is a factor, but not the entire factor. Bloomberg, as we well know, when he got into debates, okay, was absolutely. He was horrible. He was absolutely horrible. Okay, in other words, I graded him as a D or an F, and I did a lot of debates in my younger, more halcyon days, and they put you through moot court. I mean, there's a whole thing called the NFL, the National Forensic League in high school, which existed in the private schools. When I went to public schools, didn't exist. What's this? Lawmakers are warned that Russia is meddling to re-elect Trump. Of course, but the thing is, this is ridiculous. Okay, come on. This is ridiculous. The United States of America has meddled in elections all over the world for centuries.
That's for sure.
Okay, so let's not get pompous, guys, that we're better than anybody else and the Russians are going to bloody totally ignore us. First of all, the Russians are here. Okay, just they're here. Go to Brooklyn, New York. There's plenty of them there. Okay, if you go to Alaska, there's a whole bloody city. Frankly, they even used to own it.
You'll meet some.
Okay, you go play chess. You're going to meet the bloody Russians. Okay, and then the thing is, the xenophobia that exists between China and Russia is just the U.S. They're going like, let's take the mealy-minded people out there, which is the vast majority, and scare them. Boo, the Russian bear. Boo. Okay, and it scares people. It's just like Xi Jinping. Boo. It scares people, and that's the only thing that's going on with the Russians. The Russians are bloody chess players. So like Sasha, I know a lot of them. They play chess, they drink vodka, and love ballet. Okay, they're weird. Okay, but you get used to it. Okay, if you like chess and I actually like ballet. Okay, I don't drink, but they like vodka. That's the Russians.
Yeah.
And just deal with it. And they try to make this big thing, this Cold War is going on and communism is going to take over. That is garbage. I mean, we ate that trash. When was it? 20, 30 years ago? Communism is going to infiltrate and we're all going to be communist. Come on. Give me a break.
First of all, more than ballet, they like ballerinas.
Yes.
Number one. Number two, in Brooklyn, there are so many Russians.
There's millions of Russians.
In Brooklyn, well, the next step will be to create some kind of a special territory, because they will
Russian
hold
town.
a referendum
Yeah.
of leaving state of New York
Right.
and becoming independent state.
Mhm.
Then the next referendum will be to leave United States of America and become independent country. And the
Right.
final step is to join Russia and become a Russian part of Russian territory.
There we go. Yeah, we'll have Brooklyn become part of Russian territory. I mean, it's just the way it is. So the
How
thing
do
is,
you take over a country?
what?
What are the 5 steps you do to take over a country?
Well, send COVID-19 is step one.
That's right.
What's the other next
Disable
4?
your health care.
Destroy your health care. Step
Okay,
one.
what's the second one?
Just
I don't
make
know.
chaos, disbelief in your federal
Block the
government.
finances.
Disable
Block
your
the
law
finances, and
enforcement.
then you can control
Separate
the
your law
economy.
enforcement from community so that there's no trust. Okay, so no trust between law enforcement and
No
community.
trust. Break down the
Okay,
trust.
and
Block-
that
block
is
the finances.
that is also
Lots
the
of finances.
okay. We need to get
Money's gone.
we need
That's
to
right.
get
Anthony knows these. All right, what's the 4th?
1 second.
Fourth one is, I think, control the influencers.
That's
The
right.
influences are in your pocket. You can control the country.
Control
no matter
the
who else.
interests. That's right. Control the interests. And number 5.
And
And
I
if
think
this
give them some subsidy or something free so that the population will be yours.
So number 5 is the number 1 I always said. Take down the communication.
why would somebody study how
And they
to
can do that because nobody, we gave up all of our communications and utilities to the control of other countries through customer service.
why would somebody study how to destroy countries? Like, that's an interesting subject to go on. I mean, it's insane. I mean, the thing is, see, progress that is made for people is improvements in technology, healthcare, and education. It's called improvements.
Sasha,
Okay.
show him that book.
But Russia,
All the garbage that I'm eating in media is just garbage. I mean, part of the reason I can't stand CBS, ABC, and NBC, it's all the same 5 companies sending the same bloody message. The police are horrible. Let's go protest. Oh, bleed its leads, bleed it lead. I mean, if I turn it on today, here it would be the same thing. We can't control COVID-19 because we're stupid. Okay, we're protesting things we don't understand, and let's find all the bleed and leading. I mean, and it just goes on and on.
While people are distracted over here, they've done this before. While you're doing all of this,
Sure.
they're rewriting laws over here. And that's what they're doing. They got you so distracted and so upset and so in turmoil. You're not watching them, what they're doing.
Oh, it doesn't progress
As we
anything.
speak.
Okay, I mean, the thing is, what progresses things
They've done
are
it before.
technological improvements, which the clowns in Silicon Valley, where he lives in, does a good job at. So the reason why California, we get Homestoner on, rich and they're happy, is because they look to technological improvement. Healthcare improvement, which we don't have no clue what we're doing there. We've demonstrated that. Okay, but we're working on it because we do have some really bright people here. And education improvement, and and the thing is, all 3 of them can be focused in and done. But that's moving the country toward doing something that is progressive or good, as opposed to let's wobble in the dark side of life and let's go look at protesting and riots and shootings and all this other garbage out there.
That way. Sasha, show him your book, Crime in Progress. That's a good.
You have a book, Crime in Progress? You didn't write it, did you?
No, but he's
One of my favorite books.
What's this book about?
What we've been talking about.
This is a story written by Glenn Simpsons and Peter Frisch, who are owners of the company Fusion GPS. That company was hired by Republican Party to unleash all kind of dirt on Donald Trump to prevent him from winning nomination. When they figured out that they are failing, they stopped financing Fusion GPS, and they were hired subsequently by Democrats.
Is this a true story?
It's a true story. It's written by them. And so far, I never heard anybody who would try to contradict it or prove that it's not true or anything. That's written. It's all engraved in stone, and nobody proved or even propose
Yeah.
that it
Yeah.
was otherwise.
I mean, yeah, but well, politics, Alexander, as you know, is a dirty business. I mean, it's really, you have your choice today. You can jump into a bunch of pig dung, or you can jump into politics. You're going to end up in the same place. I mean, so and that's been going on for decades and years, and we're trying to stay away from that fray as much as we can at IBM TV, because we know that all you're going to do is get mud thrown at you and dumped on you and stuff like that, and try to stay on the upside. Of course, that doesn't really bring in viewers. They want the mud, baby. They want the mud. Show me the mud, So it is a whole different story. Speaking of which, it is Celebrity Tuesdays. Do we have any celebrities scheduled for Tuesday?
We had a lot of cancellations.
We did. What happened?
have,
We have COVID-19.
So some of them have some COVID issues, or some of them are having some family issues. So as of now, there are 3-4 cancellations, and then a couple of them still waiting for the confirmation. But
Okay.
our celebrity king will be there at 12 noon. You
Okay.
know
Who? Henning Morales.
Yeah, reliable Henning.
Okay, he's reliable at 12 noon.
Reliable.
So I do want to
Double his
mention.
salary.
I do want
And
to
then we
mention.
have Zach at 1. Apart from that, I'm yet to get confirmation. I've invited Brandon as well, the travel guy. So maybe
Oh,
he
the
will
travel
join.
guy. Yeah, I have a guy that runs books. He develops books
Georgia
for people
went down-
at 1 o'clock,
went down
but
to
it's going to be a
Georgia.
phone meeting. He does books. Yeah, Charlie Daniels
I
dog.
do want to mention it. So I knew Charlie, and
Oh, you're kidding. He's a great.
he was pretty phenomenal. And I don't have photos of this, which just breaks my heart. I'm going to see if somebody can get it. But he did a favor for me when my husband graduated with his master's degree. I bought him a really cute sports car, and Charlie gave him the keys of the car for me. I had my husband come to the dealership just to say, oh, we're test driving it. And Charlie gave him the keys to the car for me. And this man is so big. His heart is just so big. You have no idea how big his heart is. He looks like a big old grizzly bear, like he could just rip you apart. But he would pick me up and hug me, and my feet would dangle 3 feet from the ground, and he would hug me like a rag doll. But he was a true sweetheart, and it really broke my heart yesterday. I haven't seen
And you didn't get photos of him with you and all that stuff?
No. So this was back in the day before we had these things.
Okay. That was the day when you were thinking like an engineer.
And I had no idea. I was a hard-working engineer to be able to afford. First off, I was a female who got a car loan without her husband.
Okay, you're thinking like an engineer. Listen, if you're thinking like a celebrity, you would have had even back then they had these things called cameras, Kim.
Well,
cameras.
they took pictures. I just didn't get them.
Polaroid.
I just thought,
my
well,
camera?
I'll get them again one day. Again, people have to understand celebrities didn't mean anything to me. People did, right?
Well, he was a people, wasn't he?
He
He was
was
a people.
And he was a people. Again, this goes back to is he equal to you? Well,
he was a people
maybe.
to me.
He acted like it.
He
What?
wasn't a celebrity to me, but my
He acted
husband
like
really
a people.
loved his music.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. He acted like a people, but still, he was.
He acted like a people.
He was
And
the Charlie Daniels.
I know.
You get a picture.
I know, and everybody said that to me. Oh my God, Kim, why didn't you invite us? And I go, well, he just wanted to do this for me. It was him. He
was
made
big.
it up. He did this. I
He
did.
was big in New England.
He was big into New England.
And
He was big in New England. I mean, he
Really?
was
The devil
the
went
man.
down to Georgia, and they're looking
Yeah.
for a soul to
but
steal.
he was super,
right.
super sweet. He was
We all
super,
played
super
that.
nice.
That was just a great song.
Yeah.
I don't know if it ever made it to. Did it ever make it to India, Ankit? The devil went
The
down.
devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for
Looking for a
a
soul to steal.
He was way behind and in bun.
Hey,
It
can
was-
we
it was
play
Finland.
that song
It was
on IBM
Finland.
TV without getting
In
the
the bun.
face-
Way
the
behind.
Facebook police all over our tails? Like happened the other day. I was doing some reviews, and I forgot it was Rosie and the puppet, and the Facebook police were all over us. For Rosie,
I'll tell you
what the heck's happening there?
I figured out the issue basically. So what happened is that Facebook have started generating a lot of revenue, and then they started teaming up with the companies who can claim the copyrights of those songs and movies. And then because
The
of
minute
the
you say
Facebook,
something bad about Facebook, it frees up. Look at this.
I know.
You know.
So what
they
happens
have
is
fingers everywhere.
now they have a partnership, and then Facebook is running revenues out of these companies. So that's why they stop whatever they can claim out. Those are copyrighted.
But what did Rosie do? What did the little puppet master do?
No, it's not about puppet. It's not about puppet. It's about the music.
Yeah, but what's the music that they purportedly say that was
So,
copyrighted?
so according to Facebook, it's a Disney music.
That's copyrighted music that she's playing?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it or not?
I don't know, but that's what
yeah.
Facebook said, and then we have to agree.
Okay, we'll have to ask Rosie to see if it's copyrighted music or not. See, I don't know. You know,
I mentioned to Rosie to Isabella, maybe we can work out on a music, or maybe Alexandra can produce some music.
Yeah.
Alexandra writes the music.
I think it's not copyrighted music because the thing is, it's too original to what she's doing. I thought Alexander May did it, or remember, they're all musicians and so.
No, but I think I've listened to the song on YouTube as well, so it's a common song. Maybe it's not a song which is done only for Isabella.
Yeah, it's like Happy Birthday's copyrighted, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you did that, don't you, Paul McCartney?
Did you try to copyright Happy Birthday?
Paul McCartney, I think, owns that now. He acquired it.
Well, we'll just have to see.
You know what happened? So the other day we played that song Jai Ho, and then YouTube and Facebook claimed that it's copyright.
All right, so I shouldn't have done that. Oh well.
That's what I'm saying. We could play Charlie Daniels' song, okay, on this, The Devil Went Down to Georgia, so that Ann can see a little bit what it is. And there is some weird thing in the law that if you play just a little bit, it's not violation of copyright law. If you play the whole thing, then the Facebook police will be up and down your tail. Okay.
Well, let's see.
But yeah, first of all, you have to find it. And see, I'm not even sure if in India that Charlie Daniels even got there. It's like Shadow Khan. No one knows who he is here. Who's Shadow Khan? Yeah, who's that? You know.
Well, Charlie Daniels was just an old soul.
Oh wait, I got a trivia question. I got a trivia question for everybody in this room except Alexander Starr. Name one famous actor from Russia. Name one famous Russian actor. Who?
Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin.
Vladimir Putin. Okay.
He's a dang good actor.
Listen, one famous actor. No, I don't need 100 of them. I don't need 10.
Bela Lugosi.
Who?
Bela Lugosi from Transylvania.
Bela Lugosi. Nah. Okay, name one famous actor. Okay, Alexander Starr, we got a serious problem over here. Okay, think about it. Now I got to ask you: is there name one famous actor in Russia? Can you name one?
I would name Yevgeny Mironov. He's extremely talented. I really like him. Well, there are several others, but it doesn't mean that they're known anywhere outside of Russia.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the Russian former territory republics and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But by the way, I read very interesting analysis of what Russia's plan about Ukraine. As you know, according to Bismarck and to everybody else, that as long as Russia and Ukraine are together, it's impossible to defeat them. Since Russia treats the world as a zero-sum game, so the worse things are for US, the better are from Russia, and so on. Mm-hmm. So obviously they need somehow to get Ukraine. Okay, so they got Crimea 5-6 years ago, and now this territory is on eastern Ukraine. They're also almost same as Crimea, is a Russian-dominated, Russian-speaking territories, or so on. And they're talking about plans how they would join Russia, or so on. But Putin says very interesting thing. I don't need these territories, because if I will get these territories, I can do it in half an hour. Okay, so what? Okay, so these poor territories with no economy and nothing, they will be part of Russia. We have to subsidize them, and that's it. So all the war, all the disagreements with Ukraine are over. I don't need that. Mm-hmm. I need to work out a plan where in 5 years, maybe 10 years, all Ukraine will be part of Russia, not just eastern territories, but all Ukraine. It requires work. We have to work slowly. But we have time on our hands. Ukraine is helpless. Nobody will give a damn about Ukraine. West is not going to support them or help them anyway. So it's just a matter of time, especially if Trump will be re-elected. It will
Yeah,
be
but,
very
Ukraine was actually part of the Union of Socialistic Republics. They had, so when I was a kid
Who
growing up,
wasn't? Yeah.
what?
Georgia.
Well, when I was a
You're
kid
part of
growing up,
Soviet Union.
Ukraine was basically part of Russia. At least that's what we thought.
I'm gonna play something that is
Oh,
my
okay.
favorite. Okay,
All right.
you guys have got to see this. All right, this is my favorite thing that Nick would do every once in a while and throw people. You know how he asks questions.
Do you believe in a democracy?
Can you hear him?
How much time do we have?
Well, we only have a couple of seconds. As a matter of fact, I think we have like 2 or 3 minutes, and so it's got to be pretty quick answer. Do you believe in democracy?
I strongly believe in democracy. I think that's the best possible way of governing our community.
Great.
I do think it's a challenge if you only have 2 parties representing the democracy.
Do you guys believe in a democracy? Do you believe in democracy? Absolutely. Democracy, yes, okay. Do you believe in a democracy?
Absolutely.
He goes, absolutely, yes. Okay. Do you believe in a democracy?
I guess I would be compelled to say yes to that answer.
Compelled to say yes. Okay, so you believe in a democracy. Okay.
Yes.
Do you believe in a democracy?
I mean, definitely. I believe in the idea that people should have their opportunities to be able to do hard work and be able to flourish through it.
Do you believe in a democracy?
I believe in a
Do
democracy.
you believe in democracy?
I would, in a sense, I would absolutely.
I'm not saying-
in this call, in my particular case, in OWC's case, it's a democracy driven by the customers. Products only exist if the customer. If we can be as excited as we want to be for the product,
Okay.
but if the customer is not interested, then they're going to vote with their wallet.
Right. Do you believe in a democracy?
Absolutely.
Very good. Do you believe in democracy?
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely. Okay.
But it's the surprised look before we took it.
I'm amazed that-
Faces. Some of them would take in a deep breath.
Well, they have to think about that one for a while because these guys are all CEOs and business owners. One of them founded.
Go ahead.
I mean, they founded, all those people founded, or they were vice presidents of multi-million-dollar companies. One was a vice president of Ford Motor. One was a vice president of Celebrity Cruise Lines. One of them founded that. What was it? The startup companies. Indiegogo. He was the founder of Indiegogo. So here's the problem: when they're CEOs and they're heads of major companies, and somebody says democracy, they start thinking, "Now wait a minute. We don't operate that way, okay? Because corporations are not democracies. Corporations are usually top-down, dictatorships. I don't know how to describe it. So now the thing is, they're going like, okay, I got to think, because if I say the wrong thing here, I don't believe in democracy, then that's the wrong answer. So they got to say, yes, we do believe, because that's what is the correct political answer.
Correct.
But let's get real. Okay, if I go to PayPal. If I go to PayPal right now, is that a democracy? No. Okay. If I go to Google, is that a democracy? No. If we go to almost any corporation in the world, do they operate as democracies?
Absolutely not.
No. Okay. So the thing is, when they say you believe in it, it's a good political answer. Corporations don't operate that way. But then he did point out.
I'm really surprised that no one asked you to define what is a democracy.
Right.
There's no definitions. There is nothing to discuss.
Yeah. Well, as you know, the United States of America is not a democracy. Okay.
Absolutely
So the thing
not.
is, all these people that believe in it, we don't have one. We have what they call a republic. You vote for somebody who does all your work for you.
Right.
Okay.
True
democracy is that everybody votes equally. We're not democracy.
What could possibly make America democracy?
We're not.
Yesterday, I saw on CNN very interesting program. They showed black people with the rifles. They're organized, and they're there to protect their women some other people who cannot protect themselves, or so on. They have rights to have rifles. They're registered gun owners.
Right.
And they went on the street, several of them, I know 20, 30 people, with a rifle, with a machine gun, and say, we have our rights. We are taking our constitutional rights on the street, and we are going to protect anybody who needs to be protected. Wait a sec. Who needs to be protected? Who is making a decision that that person has to be protected, but that person is not to be protected? Who is making? So
They're making the decision.
They are a decision makers, executioners, everything in one body. Is that democracy or something?
Yeah, well, if they uniformly, systematically do it among themselves, you could call it a democracy within themselves. But that's not.
I've got a trivia question for you guys. Who is the most famous person to say that democracy was the worst form of government?
Yes, I'm familiar.
Was it Thomas Jefferson?
No.
No, got to go before him then.
Yes.
John Locke.
Good guess, but no. And you're still way too close to the present.
To the present. You got to go to like Plato.
There you go. Plato.
Okay. Yeah. To push it all the way back. Well, that's where it came from. The old Greek purported democracy, but it wasn't, because
it wasn't really democracy.
It wasn't really, because they had about half the people were slaves. So it wasn't democracy. It's a fiction that we invent to.
But you thought it would deteriorate into mob rule.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, so so the thing is, it's an interesting question, and that's where politics become very interesting. But again, it doesn't really help people move forward. I think, like say, if you improve technology, improve healthcare, improve education, you can move people forward. But all those are boring. Okay, improving technology. Well, we have a lot of people on that have all these little devices that can improve. That's a boring topic. Okay,
well, it makes money.
It does make money for the person who invents it. Improving healthcare. Well, that's something we really need to get a work on. But a lot of our doctors are having problems, because Ankit was saying some of our, I think Dr. Sagu actually got COVID-19, didn't he?
But he's well. He just messaged me that he's well and he's out of COVID.
Oh, he is?
Great.
Of Dr. Sagu, so has Dr. Mrs. Sagu, both of them are negative now, and they have resumed the work after 17 days of isolation.
Yeah, and Dr. Moskowitz also got it, COVID. I don't know if you know that.
Dr. Moskowitz is susceptible.
Dr. Moskowitz is fine, but he has some mild symptoms, I guess. But as of now, he's fine. We had a word with him on Saturday, so he's doing good now.
Right. The reason we're not helping our healthcare system improve is because the people who are making money off of it don't want it to get better. They don't want universal healthcare. So you follow the money, and the people that are making the money are the pharmaceuticals, the insurance companies. These are the people that don't have a vested interest in universal health care.
Well, of course, they lose their jobs. Come on, Jim. Right. Okay, in other words, the thing is, like if you're the administrator, first of all, you know that 25% of all the dollars you spend go to administrative cost for your health care. So all of a sudden, no matter what you're paying, there's a 25%.
There's a lot of fat to be trimmed easily.
Yeah, right. Well, yeah, because of all the paperwork that goes in.
Go ahead,
Sasha.
Okay, I was thinking about the health situation in U.S. I'm not an expert on that, but what I do know, in Ontario, there is a Ministry of Health, and it's complaint of many doctors. I know quite a few. They're complaining that they're employees of Health Ministry of Health of Ontario. That they're not really independent people like they were before. Now they're employees, well-paid employees, I must say. Anyway,
they're employees.
They resent their status as being employees, although officially they're not employees, but they sort of complaining that in a way, actually they are employees. Okay, so they are, or maybe they aren't. It's a mute question. The thing is that Ministry of Health controls payments of all doctors, payments for medical equipment, payments for the construction of the hospital and administrations of the hospital, or so on. So Ministry of Health is eating about 33% of all budget of Ontario.
Mhm.
33% of our
Sure.
budget is health.
Right.
But it's I think it's a good exchange for 33%. Okay, you're paying your taxes anyway, so okay, so you could pay probably some less taxes, but then you would have to go and pay for every visit to a doctor and subscribe to all different, like in US, health insurance plans. So this way, okay, 33% of the budget will go to all the Ministry of Health. They will, so far, I don't know, there are a lot of critics of this system, but you know what, it works.
Yeah, right. It
Really, it
works,
works.
and you know, you can always have a public-private system, which we have in education. You have a choice. You can go to public school or you can go to private school. Private school, you pay extra, but there's a lot of people who do it. I mean, you can have the same thing with healthcare. You could have a public and a private system. You know, the public system's available to anybody, but if you want to opt out and go to the private system, go ahead and pay the extra dollars. There's a lot of people in the United States who would do that. Otherwise, no one would go to Harvard or Princeton. No one. Okay, but people are willing to pay, or even some of the schools you've seen in chess, you know, that some of the private schools like the Dalton School, who would go to the Dalton School? You're spending $50,000 a year to go to
unbelievable
9th grade. Are you kidding me? But I will tell you, because the top 1%, 50 grand a year, no big deal. Send your kid to private school. We have that ability to go public and private in our healthcare system. Okay, in other words, give people the option. You get the public option, private option. I went to both schools, public and private, you know, and I can tell you there is a difference. Okay, and I hate to say it, the private schools are better. Period. Okay, I mean, that's just the nature of the beast. I can't tell you why and how, because it didn't seem logical that they would be better. But
better teachers,
better teachers, and also it's kind of interesting that in public school, like the University of South Florida, I went to college there. If you got a degree or didn't get a degree, we don't give a rat's rear. And by the way, you got to fill out all the administrative paperwork to even take a class. You go to private school like University of Denver or Miami, we're going to make sure you get your degree. Different attitude from the administrative staff down, and your grades are higher in private school than they are in public school. They beat the trash out of you in public schools. I mean, it's just absolutely horrible. So that's been, you know, my empirical, you know, observation.
Nick, I got to ask you a question though, because I can follow the money in technology, I can follow the money in healthcare, but I'm having trouble following the money in the education system because I agree with you completely. It's broken, but why is it broken, and why can't we fix it?
Well, because first of all, it's huge. Okay, so the thing is, it depends on where are you going to go to fix it. Okay, the problem is like, and one of the things with, first of all, I was against charter schools. Now I'm for charter schools. Really weird. Why? Because the problem is this. Okay. Theoretically, oh yeah, everybody equally goes to public school, but that's theory. It's like myth, delusions. In reality, that's not what happens. And so what happens is that, and I had worked for some of these schools that the administrative staff can be just plain awful, and you have no voice. There's no choice. There's no, I'm going to move and go to a different school. When you do have charter schools, you do have that voice saying, fine, I'm out of here. I'll go to another school. See what I mean? And the thing is, so, and my experience, I was actually teaching chess at one of these middle schools, and then we had a good administrator. See, it depends on the administrator.
It does.
Good administrator. I took Kellogg to the nationals. We actually won the speed championship. Took me years to get them there. Finally got the kids. Then the administrative staff left to Seattle. Next thing I got, an administrator comes in. First thing she goes is, "Are you a pedophile?" I said, "What?"
Yeah, right.
I said, "Well, you're working with kids, showing them to play chess." And I thought, hey, yeah, I could get accused of that, which I basically did. And I'm an attorney. I would lose my bar license if I even thought of that. So I said, here's what we'll do with your chess program. Good day. And I left. I quit. Because I didn't need that. It was volunteer work, but I didn't need the grief. And it was the attitude of the administrators that exist. And the real problem in our education system, and you know that if you ever go through the chess world here, they're anti-intellectual. Okay, totally different. I don't know if it exists in California as they did when I was growing up. You know what they did with our trophy we won at the University of South Florida? We gave them their first national championship. They threw it in the trash. There was a national chess championship. That's how much they think of it at University of South Florida. Now, what am I supposed to tell you? You know, it's a public school, and you know what they're going to do is make their basketball team famous. They spent $600,000 that year on basketball. They took our $6,000 line item on chess and they eliminated it. How do you like that? That's called, and they're going to be the Harvard of the South. Come on. Okay.
Yeah.
So the real problem you have, Alexander, and you may not know this because you didn't grow up in our education system, that we have an administrative staff, a lot of them in the public schools, but a lot of them just in all schools. They're just stupid. And it's really, really hard for a bright kid to go to school in the United States of America. I feel sorry for him. The Time magazine actually had a whole story about him. They said the problems with geniuses, they shouldn't be going to school. I mean, it's just horrible track for them.
Well, the poor guys were homeschooled for the same reason. The poor guys
yeah,
were homeschooled.
a lot of them, what they do is they pull them out and they go homeschool. They go, okay, we're done. You know, but see, that's the same concept of a charter school. But we also have a very strong union called the National Education Association, which is a union of all the teachers who want to keep their jobs. And when they keep their jobs, they keep other actually qualified people out because you have to go through. Look, I teach at Northeastern University. Been teaching there for 10 years. I cannot teach at high school or middle school in the United States. Why? Because you have to go through this training program that takes at least a year, and you have to be basically dumbed down to their level to teach. I'm not kidding. So the thing is, you know, when you have a system like that, you get what we get. You know, PISA scores 37. You know, and we had who was it, Professor Busman, on about that.
Well, there are a lot of very intelligent, very dedicated teachers, and they're not the problem.
No, they're not. But if you talk to some of them that are intelligent and dedicated, because I knew some of the math professors that have been there for a while. He goes, look, he goes, after about 10 years of this or less, I said, I thought I could make a difference. I can't. I need to go.
Exactly.
Okay, so your top teachers do one thing: they leave because they go in with the attitude, I'm going to be a teacher. I'm going to change. I'm going to revolutionize. And then they realize they go up against this block of administrators that are entrenched. And we spend a lot of money on these wonderful people. I'll give you another.
More than the teachers, that's for sure.
I'll tell you one thing. We had an administrator. This is in Seattle School District. I'm glad I forget her name. We were going to play under the name Shoreline High School or Shorecrest, whatever school it was at the time. And I didn't submit the form to get us to play at the chess tournament on time. So I said, what? He said, you can't use our name because you didn't submit the form. I said, I didn't even know there was a form to submit. Oh, right. Okay. Well, and so I went and complained to our boss. Said, we'll give you another form to submit. So I submitted, and she goes, well, you submitted it, but it's too late now. Right. And I go, are you kidding me? So I can take the kids there because we had private funds. I raised the money to go to high school, but I can't play under the Shorecrest name. I can't play high school. That's correct. I said, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to play under the name, do something about it. As Alexander, who was it? Andrew Jackson said, okay, Judge, you made your decision, force it. They didn't do anything. We played under their name. Okay, but listen, it was the attitude of that administrator.
Exactly.
Okay, that was the problem. And this is in
Seattle. Some way to say no.
Purportedly a progressive state. And it isn't. It's a state of stupidity. And it exists in frankly, the entire system. And I wrote a whole book about it called Washington Lawyers. Okay, I never really published or promoted it because it's a true story, but really degrades the legal system that exists in the great state of Washington. So the face that's put on, to the outside is totally different than what it works on the inside. And a lot of people like myself, I don't really have the freedom to say all that, but I did, Alexander, because they can't fire me. I don't have a job there. I'm just a volunteer. So I just tell them, take a hike.
Nick, you are not going to be tomorrow here, right?
I'm going to be in the Outer Banks tomorrow. Yeah, what do we got going on tomorrow?
Well, I was working for the last couple of days on the presentation of this chess startup concept, the World Championship for the move predictors. However, The presentation will be ready for tomorrow, and I will go through with that. But that's not what I want to say now. I did a lot of thinking about chess and about different things associated with chess. Thought number one. Okay, there is a lot of people who know about existence of so-called Russian chess school, or communist chess school, or Soviet chess school. You can call it any way you want. Indeed, there was a phenomenon of that because evidently since 1948 until 2000, with exception of 3 years of Bobby Fischer, Soviets or Russians held all world championships,
Right.
including individual and women and most of the Olympiads and so on and on and on. I wouldn't call it a school. I would call it rather organization. It wasn't really a school. It wasn't just to learn the moves and prove that on the 15th move of certain openings, black would play a little bit stronger, and then white would play even stronger yet. No, it wasn't the question of that. That was part of it, but it was not all of it.
Yeah.
It's a system,
right? It was
which
a whole
brought
system.
chess on. Maybe not deservedly so, but nevertheless on the highest level of acceptance by society, as it is very useful. And I do believe that to use chess in education is absolutely must in any society, in any country, anywhere.
Okay, let's stop right there, okay? Because here's the problem that you have here in the United States. Because you grew up in a system where they appreciated chess and they brought in education in Russia. In the United States of America, Jim wrote a book, Chess for Dummies. Every teacher in the United States of America needs to read the book because they are the dummy. Okay, and I'm not kidding. In other words, the thing is, if you went to an elementary school, a middle school, or a high school, none of these teachers know anything about what's in his book. None of them. And it's very discouraging because this is what you're facing. Like I said, the culture here, we have 60 to maybe 80,000 registered players in the United States. In Russia, they have 1 million. Come on.
China, you're at 5 million.
How many? 55 million in China?
No,
5 million. Okay, but think about the numbers. 5 million in China, 1 million in Russia, 60,000 in the United States. If you went to, if you go to any of the high schools or the elementary schools or middle schools and you brought Chess for Dummies and you sat in front of the teacher and say, do you know anything about the book? They'll go, I've never heard of this. No, I don't know how to play.
This is precisely why, Jimmy, next edition, please make it Chess for Dummies and teachers.
How about Chess for Dumb Teachers? How about Chess for Dumb Teachers? You know, it's a real problem in this country. I mean, the thing is that it's a real problem. At least I saw in high school. I said, you know, I hung around with a lot of the chess players and stuff. It's a real problem when the students are smarter than teachers. It's a real problem. Okay. And the thing is, you could bring in the book Chess for Dumb Teachers, and it would be a bestseller because they are anti-intellectual here. In other words, in Russia, they train people to be engineers. There's more engineers in Russia than almost any place in the world, at least there was back then. The United States, they don't. You know, they train us for doing nothing. And it's really horrible.
You would say Anand could get any kind of Indian food he wants in India.
I'm pretty sure he could. Anand is famous.
Of course, Spassky could do the same in Russia when he was champion. Petrosian. Right. They were well known. They were celebrities. Bobby Fischer was unknown. He couldn't get a better table at a restaurant.
No. Of course
he was world champion, but who cares?
Who cares? You know? I mean, that's the United States of America. It's anti-intellectualism, you know, and it's been around for years. And that's the reason I did point out that case, which I should have pointed out yesterday to the professors, Jordan versus the City of New London, where if you're too smart, you can't be on the police force. You know, that's a horrible case. It should be known by every student and teacher out there. You know, your IQ is too high. You're over 125, so you can't be a policeman. Too smart. And it was upheld by our courts. Permissive discrimination against smart people. in this country.
This is the
I had to look that up. I didn't believe you at first.
I know you didn't believe me.
Precisely.
Why would I
reason
lie to you, Jim, about
No,
something
I
as
believe you.
esoteric as
I just had
I do
to.
now.
I trust you, but I confirm. I had to
It
verify.
was a hard one for you to swallow because when I read the case, I was going, wait a minute, this came out of the Second Circuit Court of Appeals. Are you kidding me? So it wasn't like a lower court decision in Kansas. This was right before the Supreme Court and is now basically the law of the land. Smart people can be discriminated against in the United States of America. So you can't discriminate on race. You cannot discriminate on sex.
Gender.
You can't discriminate on gender or gender identity, but you can on IQ if you're too smart. Goodbye, jerk.
Did you ever read the book by Richard Hofstadter, Anti-Intellectualism in American Life?
Oh,
I read it when I was 20, and it made a gigantic difference to me because it's one of our founding principles. It's what we have this rugged individualism sense and this anti-intellectual sense that's fundamental to the American character. So it's a great book to read if you haven't read it.
Oh, email me the title over and I'll go pull it. I'll add it to the library. Notice the library's starting to increase here. I told you I still have 60 boxes of books I got to figure out how to get in, but I got other places to farm them over to, So I'll definitely go pull that book. And unfortunately, I keep buying several books a day. It's stupid. Reading all this stuff that really won't make a difference. I mean, it's fun to read, I guess, but other than that, not make a difference.
However, let me just continue where I started.
Sure, right. Now I just wanted to stop you to let you know what you're swimming uphill here. Okay, this is not Russia.
So with the part of chess which is dealing with in education, whether it's school, colleges, universities, I don't care. It's just done deal. We can still improve on it or so on, but there is nothing to discuss. There is another part which I want to discuss, and I was thinking a lot about it. It's a game, actual game, the way it's played. As soon as you don't play only with your friends or relatives, but you're going into competition, and it's become competitive, and you feel in your press to win, and then you're going to nationals, or you're going to championships, and you're going to hopefully world championship, Olympiads, and so on. Now it's becoming very competitive activity, which requires a lot of studies, and you can agree possibly that even, I think it was in book of Caldwell Outliers, Fisher was as an example of 10,000 hours rule, that Fisher studied at least that much to become what's happened. He became a world champion and the best player at the time, and so on. So if you're taking chess as a very competitive profession, and you're spending 10,000 hours or a little bit more or less on that, even if you would be some kind of an accountant, and you would spend 3-4 years to obtain a couple of courses here and there, and you would be earning for start probably 40,000-50,000 a year, and then you would probably advance further than that. Whereas in chess, where you spend so much time to get anywhere, you're not guaranteed of anything. In fact, today, it's a chess pyramid as a business is concerned, because let's not forget, if you spend something on something, studying and perfecting it, 10,000 hours, you want to make it a business, you want to have enough earning power to sustain yourself and your family, so on. So in chess today, on the top of the pyramid sits world champion with probably a dozen of grandmasters, so-called elite group. And these people are taking 99.99% of all the finances available in chess today. So the rest of the people, we are talking about thousands, if not millions, of people have earning nothing unless they're teaching chess. That's fine, but I'm not taking that part of the equation. I'm talking about people who playing chess and would like to get to a certain level. So this is one of the reasons, not the only, not even the main reason, but one of them, where I invented democratic chess, where everyone has a chance to win money. I don't want to take money away from the Carlson and his elite friends. No, let them enjoy this pie and eat it while they can. In a way, if you think about it, for whatever they are being paid for, I really don't understand what they are getting paid for. They don't really play the game. They memorizing computer lines, like whether it's a stockfish or whether it's um, artificial intelligence, all this deep blue and others, and they're showing and what they're hoping that they run into a line that others are opening didn't look so much carefully enough, and people get some a little bit advantage. It's competition in memory. They all play the same openings. They all play the same style. There is no difference between, like in old days. Oh, Paul was playing one style, very distinct from Petrosian, very distinct from Smyslov or Botvinnik or so on, and Fischer and Kramnik and Kasparov and so on. Each one had its style. Now there is no style. Now, considering, okay, fine. But they're making some brilliant moves sooner or later that they're winning the game. It's garbage because artificial intelligent machine and stockfish, they will come up with way much better moves. There is no art in what they're doing. There is no competition except in memory what they're doing. So to me, they're imposters. They are paid for absolutely nothing, just for 12 days with computers and learning. Carlson is learning from computers how to play chess.
They're playing computer chess right now.
They're playing computer chess.
As best they can.
You know what? I was watching this all these tournaments, Carlson's tournaments. It's so frustrating. Their games are bogus. These commentaries of Yasser and Swidler and whoever is commenting, bogus, because they don't know the best moves. They don't know the best lines. They are talking about something what 7-year-old kid knows just as much, because he will take all their analysis and you really examine with a strong program what they're talking about. Garbage. It's all garbage. So it's now time to rescue the chess and bring it to the masses. It's time for democratic chess where everyone has chance to win and there is no cheating. I don't care about all these people on the top of the pyramid. Let them eat it while they can. I don't think that it will go on for long. Give them another 12 draws matches in 12 games, and we'll see what's happening next. They will be lucky to find $500. Somebody will pay them to play this type of chess.
I think Sasha's onto something here.
Yeah, because the thing is, chess for a long time, I mean, to make it where people would actually watch it has been real tough. The way I see what he's doing is kibitzing, but you bet on your kibitz. Okay. And the thing is that draws people in. It's just like Poker Stars. But the universe, here's the problem, the universe that he's dealing with. Unless you do it to worldwide audience, the US universe is small.
No, it's a worldwide project.
Yeah, you got to do the worldwide project.
Nick, money talks. When there is a first prize of $500,000, or better, even $1 million.
Sure.
That's it.
That's right. Yeah, right.
You got a baby, $1 million. Come on here. $1 million cash. Do you know that for a chess player to win even $20?
No,
he will kill his mother for $20. Not because $20, it's not a lot of money, mind you. But $20 to win in chess. In chess. For my brain, my years of studying, and I got paid. I got $20.
Well, I mean, Maurice Ashley tried to do that with Millionaire Chess, and I actually did meet with him.
He was wrong. He wanted to get people just playing against each other. It's a garbage. What he was trying to promote.
Yeah, well, he needed to incorporate some other things into it. But I talked to him in Bellingham, Washington. I said, Maurice, you got a problem here. Okay, you have to have sponsors. Okay,
He
you need to
had
broaden your
sponsors.
horizon.
He has this
And
law,
he goes,
Chinese
we'll
lady.
get those. I said, no, you need to get them like now. Okay,
Immediately.
otherwise they ain't gonna. I said long-term viability. I said it's gonna be real poor. Of course, it didn't last. A great concept, but didn't
But
No,
last.
it wasn't.
Sasha,
No,
what
it
Sasha
was
also
not.
does, what Sasha also does is he allows you to look at Stockfish, a
I
very
saw
good
that
computer
Stockfish.
program.
Yeah,
Exactly. Look
you
at
get
Stockfish moves.
right,
everybody has the same information,
right.
and
But Jim, you see what other people they were asking if they can cheat in this concept and ask, what is your plan? How you are going to cheat? Oh well, I will have a computer and I will look at. But
But the
it's not
computer's
on
right
the
up there,
screen. It's
Yeah.
right in
showing you what
front
the
of
move
you.
is.
Or you want to tell me that you have much better programs than Stockfish?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give you that. And
Yeah.
how it's going to help you to guess the move.
right, because the humans aren't going to play the best moves.
Hey, look,
They aren't going to play.
Jim is all
all the
for that because if people can make money by guessing moves,
Yeah.
then people want to know more. How do I learn about chess? And he can sell his book, Chess for Dummies. And he's got a big market in the United States of America because there's a lot
I
of
was a
dummies.
chess warrior, and now I am a chess kibitzer. So this is
That's right.
perfect. for
No,
me.
kibitzing is the best. I mean, I'm totally favored of kibitzing, and then you bet on your kibitz.
I do have one complaint though. Sasha has had Alexei Shirov on and so guess Shirov's moves. Come on. I mean, I bet 100 crowns on the most obvious move. It was a very good move. Shirov didn't play it. He played a better move.
Played a better move. There you go.
I lost 100 crowns. So
What
I
did
want to bet on
Stockfish
somebody,
say? What did
somebody who I
Stockfish
can predict their moves. And Shirov, man, I got no clue.
But I'm
After
just wondering
E4,
what the universe of the people that would actually be your first users on this are probably in the neighborhood of 60 to 70,000. The only reason I'm using those numbers is that's what I'm looking at on Lee Chess and chess.com.
Yeah.
Even though they have 38 million, if you go look at chess.com, we got 38 million people. Wait a minute. Those are people who are registered. They're here today, go on tomorrow, play the game, see you next year. Okay,
Right.
They're not hardcore.
No.
But if you go and you look at who are the hardcore players, there's about 60 to 70,000 of them that play every bloody day. Okay, and that's the universe of the amount of people you would get, and you have to run your numbers based on that universe because there's 600 million people. Yeah, they play once a year, or they know how the moves. They've read Jim's book, maybe.
Well, the actual online people playing regularly online, 100 million people who regularly play. Some people
Depends
play
what you mean by define regularly.
regularly, say once a month, for example.
Really? That's a lot.
That's a lot.
It's a lot, but it's if you believe that there are 700 million, so we are talking about 13% of that number. Why not? Because basically all stops people playing chess online if you don't have internet access, right? So as long as you have internet access, now with the coronavirus, you are almost forced to play online. So if
You're right. They don't have a choice, right?
to go to a local club, maybe, or here and there. Now you are forced. Now all chess is really 99% of the game is online. How you can play offline? You have to visit somebody, or somebody has to come to your house wearing a mask and gloves, and you will be playing just like that. It doesn't make any sense. Okay, so it's an online game for all practical purposes. But you know what? I'll give it. Okay, you know what? Probably not 100 million. Okay, let's take half of that, 50 million. 50 million people are playing online. I don't know how to provide any proof of that, but even your number of 38 million on chess.com, there are other services. There is
I know there's other services, right? ICC,
there
Lee
is
Chess,
ICC,
right?
there are
Lee
a bunch of
Chess,
others. Chess 24, yeah, don't
Chess
forget.
24, yeah, there's quite a
Yeah,
few.
and some obscure services like chessstars.com, so on and so on, which will bring another 100 people. So, anyways, there's obviously there's a presence online. There's some
Right.
that. However, they're all playing. Some people play hours every day, but they're playing for nothing. They just enjoy people. And I like Kramnik's comment when he was asked about 1 minute games, like ballot game. What he thinks about it, he says, "I love that." And I would suggest an improvement. Okay, you have a clock, you have a minute, for each player. Take away the board and the pieces and just press the clock, and whoever faster wins the game.
Yeah, that would work.
That would work, yeah. Okay, so now if you give people a proposition, you try to predict the moves. There are bunch of all kinds of cash prizes in every qualifying tournament. There's 100 qualifying tournaments of 1,000 players in each, and the first prize is you get into final 100. In final 100, that's where you get the kick at the
just like what they do at Poker Stars.
But exactly,
yeah.
and you can re-enter if you didn't make it in first qualifying. You can re-enter, and you can re-enter as many times as you want. You can re-enter 99 times, and even people who already qualified for final 100, they can re-enter too. So the thing is, now they will not qualify to 100 because they're already there. So second place will qualify to 100 final. Okay? So now you have people who enter and re-enter, and this qualifying tournaments, they're running its due course, and then final. Final, of course, you will need, but for all event, you need heavy advertisement. You need cooperation with some. We have to sign a few big companies, and oh, by the way, in my presentation, I said, okay, it's called World Championship for the Chess Moves Predictors, creating a unique democratic chess model where everyone has a chance to win cash. Creating something new, creating something valuable. Peter Thiel. Okay, so this is where it all starts, and then I go on with assumptions, the market, the finances.
Well, Sasha, you know I'm a huge fan of what you're doing, and I think you're really onto something and very forward-thinking. But democratic chess is not going to be marketable. I think you need something like guess chess or something that's a little punchy that gives them something that they know that they're just by guessing they can win money. And so
it goes into the process. I describe all process or so on.
Yeah, but you need a punch. You need an elevator pitch to be able to say what you're doing. Something really punchy that gets people's attention. And I'm just throwing that out there for you to think about.
I appreciate that. The reason for democratic chess is something that, for example, if I would hear somebody would tell me about democratic chess, the first thing what I would think to ask what that exactly means.
Yes, that define your term.
Right? So I would want it to delve farther. I wouldn't dismiss it. I wouldn't accept it either. I would just try to delve really what it's all about. So the concept of that's the name of the contest: guess your move and win, or choose your move and win. It's a very, in my opinion, very crude, because it just gives you exactly all for what it is.
Yeah.
The democratic chess, it's a mysterious. It's something what people never heard about. It's a new terminology, by the way, because I never heard about that.
But Americans, U.S. people have short attention spans. You know, we're not going to get into a philosophical discussion about what do you mean by democratic chess. We want to know, we want to know something punchy, something quick, short, and sweet.
You see, guess, or choose your move and win, you go right into exactly all what it is. Once you heard that, and you don't know what's behind it, what's the idea.
Well, what Jim is saying, you need something that's marketable. Like they had here in the United States. Do you want to be a millionaire? Some crazy like that. Yeah, who wants to be a chess millionaire? Okay, if you have something like that, that grabs people's attention. So you're talking.
Maybe that's the way to do it.
Who wants to be a chess millionaire? Well, every elementary kid in the world wants to be a chess millionaire.
I like it too.
Okay, because the thing is, if you think about it, okay, come on, Jim.
Think dumber. Think dumber.
This is great because the Russians think too smart. Okay, you gotta go. Let me down. Come.
You're way up here, Sasha.
Right, forget that. Come back down. Come back, Sasha. Come back down. come back down here. See, the Russians really need to spend a lot of time on the internet with Americans. They'll understand our culture. They'll go, these people are really stupid. They go, oh yeah, you got that finally. Okay. Then the thing is, so dummy it down.
No short attention span.
Short attention span, freedom. Okay, I want to trademark that. Okay, we believe. See, if the Russians were watching us, so I'm glad they don't see what's going on. They have Russian Times. They'd be going, "This cannot be true." Okay, it's true. You know,
this is our enemy.
Okay, so who wants to be a chess millionaire? Now, when I was teaching elementary kids, all these parents would take their kids. And I was going, what are they doing? Oh, they got to teach Johnny to play chess. Why? They want to become Bobby Fischer. But Bobby Fischer's crazy. Okay, so you want to be a crazy guy? Is that the deal? Okay, and it was really weird. But in the United States, everyone wants to be a millionaire. So who wants to be a chess millionaire? Well, everybody wants to be a chess millionaire. How do we do it? Sasha has the way. All you have to do is guess the next chess move. Oh, I can do that. They found out it's a little harder than you think.
Use the name and copyright it.
Nick, but by now I have to redo my financial assumptions because more financial model, because first price now has to be $1 million, not $500,000.
Yeah, well, who wants to be a chess millionaire? But if you ever watch the shows like that, they never get that million. It's always out there. It's like this little string. Okay, but you have to jump through all these hoops, add one.
And you have to play for 10 years to win the million.
Right. It's just like this little. You ever see the little string keeps going like that? You know, they're never going to get that. You know, who wants to be a chess millionaire? It's just like who wants to be a millionaire. Now you're getting to play for the $1 million prize. And here's the question. You know, name the 8th digit of pi or the 108th digit of pi. I don't know.
And maybe Peter Thiel will put up the million if you put his company.
Peter Thiel put up the million, but what you have to do is make sure the million is out there, but so far out there, it's possible, but you have to put the probability so low that, hey, that million's good in the bank, baby. You know, they'll see that in the next decade, like what Jim said. So
you can't say billionaire because then nobody will believe you. But
who wants to be a chess millionaire? Okay, and they go watch Sauce's show. How do you do it? Well, you have to guess the move, and they keep doing it. Going up the line.
I can guess with the best of them, right?
Guess with the best of them. Guess with the best of them. Yeah, sure. And see, the Americans will buy all that junk.
And you feed them 100 here, 100 there, and you know maybe you get
100 here, 100 there. That million never. Hey, Sasha, that million never leaves the table. Come on. that million. Okay, after you've guessed all the moves, you have to do one more thing. You have to beat Shirov in a speed chess match. Oh, I didn't know about that rule.
No one ever got for betting against our intelligence.
No Okay, then you have a chance. Well, if you can do all this and you guess all the moves, then you have an opportunity to become a millionaire. All you have to do is beat Alexander Shirov.
And if you do also that, you will get $10 million. Plus, you will get 70 virgins.
Well, the thing is, what you did is you secured your $1 million. It ain't going anywhere. They ain't gonna be.
All those entry fees are gonna pile up, man. You'll be collecting
the entry fees. Come on, you gotta think of like the insurance industry does. The money comes in, don't come out. Okay? And now you have your chance from national TV. It's in 3 minutes. All you have to do is beat this guy. Let's bring him in. His name's Alexander Shirov. Pull this guy in from Russia somewhere. Who knows who he is? All you have to do is beat him in a 3-minute game. Oh, I think I can do that. You do it. It's like you got your $1 million.
Yeah.
Oh, that's all you have to do. You have a chance
to take out some insurance just in case it happens.
You have 3 minutes to become a chess millionaire. Or make it a minute game. It doesn't matter. They have no chance.
It doesn't matter.
And your million's safe in the bank, Alexander Starr.
Or don't say Shirov, just say the mystery champion.
The mystery chess player. They'll be selected by Alexander Starr. You get one game match. And then you broadcast it on national, international TV. Here's your chance to become a millionaire in like 3 minutes.
How many people will be watching you? How many people are on IBM TV? How many viewers? Oh my God, millions of people will be watching you playing for
playing for $1 million. One game, 1 million. $1 one game, 1 million. You're only one game away. We'll get you the best chess coaches. We'll bring in Ron Henley. We'll bring in Larry Christensen. They'll coach you to have your chance at that $1 million. But you and I,
the best program, yeah,
we'll give you really program. We'll flower you with stuff. We'll get you there. You were able to guess all the moves. You have a chance to win $1 million.
5 years later, when you finally get this play him, Sasha has been raking in the money.
Well, the thing is,
Sasha will be going to the bank.
No, I'm talking about, let's say, a proposition for $9.99. It's affordable by anybody. People are buying lottery tickets for $50 for $100.
Right.
Even if you don't win, at least you enjoy a nice Grandmaster's game with the commentaries. So you enjoy the process anyway.
Absolutely.
You have a chance to win. You have a chance to win. So
for
maybe
10,
you
for
will
10
not.
bucks, I'd get a chance
You
to
still
play
have
Sheriff
a
for
fair
$1 million.
chance.
Do you know how many people would spend $10 to play Sheriff for $1 million?
I did. I played him. I wasn't thinking I was going to beat him, but I wanted to say I played Sheriff.
Yeah, right. Yeah. You know.
No, but it's a different proposition. Okay, even if you will, people pay, you say $10 to play Sheriff. Like I played in that tournament. Remember that you were watching on IBM TV. I was playing in Blitz tournaments, in the Sheriff's tournament. I beat a couple of international masters there and so on. So I paid 10 euros, $11.50 to play in that tournament. I knew I have no chances to win the prize, and even if I would win the first prize in my group, would be $25 or so on. But how about having a chance to win $1 million? What's wrong with that? And you paid $9.99 to have that chance.
Yeah, I mean, I would, but I'm just saying. The thing is, $10 for a chance for $1 million, sure.
It's better than the lottery odds. And
much better, way better.
You can have fun. I mean, I buy a lottery ticket every week and donate money to the education fund.
Kimberly,
it doesn't go to education. We know
now
that.
that you're back, I have a question for you because the sad news yesterday was Charlie Daniels' death, but there was also something that was equally startling in the newspaper yesterday. And do you have any idea what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
Sasha, go ahead.
Ennio Morricone passed away, and he was a great lover of chess.
Yes, okay. But this is not a death. This was a reemergence of the bubonic plague. Our herdsman
I saw that.
in Mongolia has been diagnosed with the bubonic plague. So you were talking before you left earlier about how these things, we've eradicated these things. Sometimes they come back. So now we
don't eradicate. We don't get rid of them. We put them to bed.
Exactly.
We put them to bed.
That's my point.
And this
Thank
is
you
what
so
I tell
much.
people. We've never found a cure for malaria. We have never found a cure for the flu. We have never found a cure for Ebola, HIV. We just put them to bed. We put them to rest. They come back. We usually have treatments or policies to contain them. And that's what you have to do. You have to follow the policies to contain them. They will always raise their ugly head. I mean, what's the world's worst plague we ever had? Come on. It's the skin. Eat your skin.
Plague. Oh, leprosy?
Leprosy. All right. Has it ever gone away? No. Does it still exist? Yes. Do we find a cure for it? No. But we contain and control it. And that's the secret. And I see Henning is here. And Nick has left the house. Oh my gosh, Nick loves Henning. Where did Nick go? Hi, Henning.
Hey, Kimberly, how are you?
Welcome.
Hey, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me. This is another amazing day. It's a beautiful thing. Nice to see you all today. Your intelligent conversation and your smiling faces.
Oh, we're talking about chess.
Great to see you.
One of the things I'm smiling about, and thank you, it's always the same to you, but one of the things I'm smiling about is we've started a rescue mission to get that young man back home that's stuck in the Ivory Coast. And it has just done nothing but warm my heart when I heard a team of people yesterday just literally calling each other behind the scenes saying, we'll figure this out. We'll get him home. So I've been glowing ever since. That's made me feel good that we were able to team up, and we're working on it. Will it happen today? Probably not, but it's got to make him feel better, right?
We delegated the task to Holmes. So, we were talking about it for a couple of days, and Holmes came out and he said, "Oh, I can solve that."
And then he had a venture capitalist watching us, and he goes, "Hey, I can get a plane." So we're sitting here going, "Okay, a chain of events has happened that has pieced together the opportunity to get this young man back home because he got stuck during COVID." So, so it made me feel good. It's just that's what networking's about, right? Inspiring and just working together like you do with your tribe. I mean, it's so. How did the 4th go for you, Henny?
In what respect?
Well, so and just celebrating, you had a movie that came.
Well, yeah, we did. Okay, I just want to make sure I'm answering the right question.
Sorry.
We're talking about fireworks. We're talking
about happiness.
Movies. Okay,
define your terms.
Rev Share Films launched its beta version of its app and online platform on Saturday morning, which is 4th of July, and several of our films are up on that platform now, which is exciting. Released finally to the public, and it went great. The app looks beautiful. Destinova, the conversation between a female and a male couple during New Year's Day, and a heartfelt conversation between those two, and a description of this insane recruitment and motivation practices of a rogue direct sales operation, and is up and available for public viewing for the first time. That's amazing. Romancery is also up and available, which is it's two friends, two troublemaker friends. One goes the way of the straight and narrow. The other one goes into a life of crime, and they get mixed up with with a bunch of mobsters. And it's a really cool kind of rock opera-esque, musically driven short film is up and available for public. The re-engineered version for 2020. And then we have America Health Yeah, which is a commentary. It really is a commentary on the state of affairs in the United States today, and really what it means to be healthy. It's a documentary. It's a cooking show. It's a health instructional. It's, as I said, a social commentary. It's all those things. That's up for public consumption and public viewing. And then finally, the feature film that we've been working on for really, it's going on 3 years now, is finally out. You can see it today. Really, the final version we've been testing over the past. Well, not we've been the really smart people involved in the software and programming and coding been testing the film over the past couple of days. We've got a great version up. And it is, I can say that the response that we got, Kimberly, from Wednesday's screening, we screened a rough version of it, and then we put up the final polished version of it today, this morning. And the responses have been just overwhelmingly positive. And that is really 3 friends, the 2 friends from Romancery and a third mafia princess. Now things have gotten very serious with the mobsters, and the good friend whose name is Spencer has to step in and decide if he's going to get involved and help his friend. And you get all these different Breakfast Club type scenarios with these teenagers, and then you also have the combination of, it's kind of like the combination of the Breakfast Club with like the Sopranos. It's really too much, man. It's too much. And what is exciting to me is that this is a film that's geared towards the teen, young adult marketplace. But I tell you, the Gen Xers are raving because I'm saying this with all humility. I really didn't know what to expect. The acting, the actors really brought it. The music, Mike Manning with the acting, and James Hawthorne and Erica Green, Rebecca Mellinger, all those people that just brought those characters to life. And then the costumes with Suzette Fabre worked on the costumes, and the cars that we got that basically were brought in by our tribe, the car clubs that we connect with, and all of the things that make for this to be a very excellent film. And our editor Cynthia Zhang, who basically she's like a 20-year-old phenom, and she took the color and brought it like to the next level. So I say this because I want to congratulate the team, but also because this is a movie with a message, Kimberly. It's not just one message. It's probably like, it's like Alibaba. It's like the 40 Thieves. This is like this is like Rebelistic and the 40 Lessons, right? 40 lessons. And so it goes. And then Gianluca Gibbons with his epic speech in the church and about right and wrong and decisions and how your decisions affect you. And it's just, to me, it was really cool, the response. The young group, they just get it, and we've been screening versions of this movie for 2 years almost, between Romancery and Rebelistic, Kimberly. So we know that I knew that this like young market was going to love it. We just wanted to add some more tension and some more suspense and some more fear. We wanted to get the fear element going, because we wanted to make sure that people knew, hey, you don't want to mess with these people. Stay away from these types of people, right? Because it's deadly, like seriously. And we had to show that. So I'm really glad that, like, because a lot of my actors who were on, their parents were watching, or their aunts and uncles, and a lot of our tribe is, Gen Xers. And I was just getting phone call after phone call about this scene and that scene and how they loved it. And last but not least, I know you have another question for me, but last but not least, on Rebelistic, it's my goal for anyone watching, including the young bucks and those of us who have been around the block, to break into your top 25 films of all time. My goal is to break into your top 25. If I can get in there, that's all. Then
I posted mine. I told you. I don't know if you saw me post that. I watched you yesterday. So, Henny, this is what I tell people: to be successful in this business, you got to get out there every day. You got to be in more than every day, really, more than every day, more than once a day. And Henning he's here, he's there. I think there's 3 of you. You've got twin sons. I think there's 3 of Henning. But Henning.
I got to get this in, Kimberly.
I want to know the feedback that you got from that film. All I saw was positive. Like, how hard is that? I mean, one, that feels great, right? When you get nothing but positive. But sometimes you want some feedback to make it go to the top. Is there something how hard is it? Right? You make something perfect first time, but you yourself are probably like me. You want to make sure it's perfect, and you're looking for that feedback that just polishes it. How difficult was it, or what did it take to make it the final product that you put out?
Oh, thank you for the question. And talking about triplets, and you can't make this stuff up. Erica, well, you could, but you wouldn't. Erica Green, who plays Shay, she's the singer, the rock star singer in the movie. Okay, Erica is one of an identical triplet. I don't know how you say it. She's a triplet, and they're all identical, right? So when we had the screening, I saw 3. Erica, because she didn't tell me she was a triplet, right? And we were working together every day, and and they were all dressed the same. Right. And then at the next screening, guess what? Only one showed up, and it wasn't. She sent her sister. She couldn't make it. She sent her sister. I didn't even know.
I have to run. I'm sorry, but I've got one statement and 2 questions for you, Henning.
Okay, question, I guess. So.
You do a great job of giving credit to your team. I really want to congratulate you, because we know that it's all a team effort. But congratulations on spreading the compliments around, because that's well done. And my two questions is, in music we have this term called remastering. So if I got an old vinyl record or on CD and something, if they issue it again, they say it's remastered, I'll buy it again. So is that a term that you can use in films? You're going to bring out a remastered film of your old.
Yeah, you can. You can. I would say that that Romancery is a good example of that. We put it up on YouTube just because, and we got all kinds of views and all kinds of positive comments. That helped us to make the other movies. But the version that we put up on YouTube was the basic the basic render, the basic film, and that's what was placed up on YouTube. When we decided to re-release it outside of YouTube, so we took it off of YouTube, we decided to re-release it. We actually upgraded all of the elements that you would think would be involved in a remastering. We changed out the music. It's all different. Yeah. So that's not only remastering, but that's actually changing out something that was there earlier. We colored it. I created really a process for our team to have a look and feel for our movies that's unique. And it took months and months to get to a point where I was happy with the look and the feel. And then we took that color palette, we removed the color that was originally on Romancery, and we replaced it. We replaced it with a new color scheme that I loved for the other movies. And we tested the testing came from Street Chase, which is another film that we were earmarking for the festival. So I wanted Street Chase to have a certain look. And then when I saw it, I'm like, man, if we could have this look throughout all the other films, that would be cool. It's almost like when you see a Christopher Nolan movie, like you get a feeling that it's a Christopher Nolan movie. When you see a Tarantino movie, you kind of get a feeling that you're in the Tarantino world. There's something about how they work with the color and the transitions that make it so. So Romancery was a and then we actually replaced a couple of scenes, and not necessarily replaced, but we added a couple of things that you would never even like notice, but some things that bring it to the next level. And then we re-rendered it in a cinematic manner. So yes, there is a way to remaster a film, and it is a different film than what was up on YouTube. You wouldn't notice it maybe unless you were paying attention. But here's what I love to do. I love to look at it like, hey, if you love this movie, you're going to watch it again. Mm-hmm. And when you watch it again, you're going to notice things that you didn't notice the first time. And so I would make sure like that. All the details, and I've been studying these masters, like the Brian De Palmas and the Scorseses and Steven Spielbergs. And if you notice, a lot of those movies you watch over and over again. I mean, how many times have you seen E.T., for example? Yeah. If you have kids, you've seen E.T., and I got two sets. So I saw it when I was a kid, and I saw it in the movies, and then I saw it with my first set of kids, and then my second set of kids. I probably saw E.T. 5 times, right? So what I want to do is I want to make sure two things, and this is a little secret here. First of all, I want to make sure there are no glitches. There are no glitches, because you may not catch it the first time. I mean, a glitch meaning something that's not supposed to be there, or something that a slight shake of a camera, or a slight word that's not supposed to, or the sync doesn't go. So I want to make sure that it's flawless, because then when you watch it again, you're going to start noticing. The second thing is my book is in this movie many, many times, and I want people to notice. The first time you might notice it. Wait a second, is she holding the Dirt Merchant's book? Oh my God! Oh wait a second, is that a movie poster in the background as a Dirt Merchant? Are these? Did he actually place his own movie poster of the movie in the? I want to kind of give people little treats for when they watch it again. They're going to notice things that they didn't notice. And last but not least, on this topic, if you getting back to the question, yes, you can remaster. Yes, you make it better, but you also make it. You take out the things that really bother you as a director, and you add some things that can replace that. And I think it's definitely apropos.
Because I've heard the term director's cut. This isn't my second question, but the director's cut is a little bit different from what you're talking about, though.
Well, yeah, director's cut traditionally has been where somehow the director lost control of his project, or he didn't have in his contract that he has a final cut, right? And then the director is like, the director directs the movie and then goes on to another project, and they watch their movie and they're like, wait a second, this isn't my movie. I want to recut this, right? So then the studio is nice enough to say, okay, Mr. Director, you can recut it in your own way. We'll call it the director's cut.
Nice.
And a lot of times what happens, I don't let that happen. And that's where, again, those of you out there who are filmmakers creating content, any kind of content, it's your project. It's your project. So do what you can to stay in control of the project, because you want to have the creative control all the way through. Michael Selzman and my mentor, and also Ken Levine, my mentor, whom Kimberly knows, they told me when we first started out, and I might have shared this with you guys, this is your story. This is your story, and you're the one who needs to tell it. And there's a lot of people that are going to come in and try to get this thing off track from where you're headed. We love your story. We read your book. We want to do this, and make sure that you are in alignment with that as you go along. And there have been several times where people have come into the tribe, and maybe with good intentions, maybe with bad intentions, and try to move the movie into different directions, right? And I always remembered what Ken and Michael told me, is to put my foot down and say, no, I appreciate the input, but we're going to go this way. And so you won't see a director's cut of any of my movies, because what you're seeing is the director's cut, even though I didn't direct the first two, right? But it really is the final version is really, it's congruent with the true stories that we're telling. And it's also congruent with the characters. The characters don't. You ever watch a movie where the character all of a sudden does something uncharacteristic and it throws you for a loop? Like that to me is like, you don't want to do that, because you just confuse the audience. And if you don't create a whole nother storyline based on how that person just reacted,
right,
then they're not going to come back. They're not going to recommend, right? Because like I don't know what this character is all about. So the director's cuts are very different. And what we have found is that if the director, which is yours truly now, I didn't direct the first two, I directed the remainder, and I will continue to. There's a couple projects that I may hand off, but you're seeing the director's cut when you see it. You're not seeing there'll be no other version of it.
So that's your craft that you're releasing. Right. My second question was, did you see Kimberly yesterday? Did you watch any of the shows where Kimberly was on IBM TV yesterday?
Oh God,
I have not.
Okay, because I have. That's what I tell you. The first time she came on, that's all right. I'm not busting you. I'm just saying that when she first came on, I typed a little chat message to her that said, "Wow," because she was wearing this spectacular outfit, and then she put her hat on, and it just blew me away. And I thought of you immediately. I said, if you had seen her in that getup yesterday, you would have already written her into a next movie.
Well, let's just send me the link. I'll watch it. I got time. I got nothing but time today, right?
Yeah. It's just that time when you put on the hat, Kimberly. You got to get that part to him.
I was goofing off, but it's my Audrey Hepburn hat.
There you go. No wonder I loved it.
I love her so much. She was so eloquent. And anytime someone talks about going on vacation, I put that hat on.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you,
Kimberly, I want to see that link. So please send it. So you asked about constructive criticism and getting your project to where it needs to be, and again, it's so important to anyone doing anything creative, and whether it's music or films or. I was a public speaker for many years, so I have a lot of what I did for many years prepared me for this. So being a speaker, telling stories, basically the best speakers are storytellers. The best ministers that you follow or that you'd love to hear at church on Sunday, Billy Graham and those guys, those guys were storytellers, and they take those Bible stories. Jim Rohn used to take those Bible stories, and even though he wasn't a minister, he'd take those Bible stories and just take you along on a journey. Zig Ziglar, Tom Hopkins, all those guys, and several people who you probably don't recognize their names, like Larry Thompson, Bobby DePew, Larry Huff, David Soto. A lot of people that you might not know, they're not household names, but these are people that I learned from and telling the stories. And when I was a speaker, I always wanted input. I would always record myself, and I would criticize the way I did it. When I went to Mexico, Kimberly, and decided to move to a resort in Mexico and speak publicly for a living in Mexico without knowing Spanish. That's pretty bold, right? So what I did was I memorized the speech that I needed to make in Spanish, right? And then I would have the my friends who were my fellow speakers. We would go on these tours and go to different places and speak, and they were Spanish speakers, and I would have them take notes and give me criticism of how I was pronouncing something, or did I use the right word? Maybe it's not a word that's popular in Mexico. Maybe I'm using a word that's popular in Argentina and should be using a different word. So I always had that, and that's something that I learned from the old guys way back, is that you have to be open to criticism, otherwise you can't improve what you're doing. And so many people, from there, then I learned the language, and then I became better and better until finally I could do a 6-hour seminar in Spanish and keep people interested the whole time, and really not have my lack of Spanish being my first language be an impediment to the communicating the message. And so when it came time to start working on these movies, I had to swallow some serious humble pie, because I had to start over in a medium that I didn't really know, but I had the right principles, I think, going in, or the right mindset that I've got to get help. And it's tough. It's tough. The first cut of Rebelistic, man, I got so much. It was so bad. It was so bad that, like, people, I could tell that people were like, even, I'm talking about people who were like, don't have a conscience. Like, they're going to tell you the truth no matter what. Filmmakers. And I went to the top people that I know, people who make great movies, right? And they just said, man, this thing needs work, and it needs a lot of work, and here's what you need to do. And boom, boom. And it was hard to do that, because you work on something, you spend the money, and then, you get to the point where you're going to show it to somebody. They didn't like it. They didn't like it at all. Okay. At all. But they were also kind enough and smart enough to show me the specific things. Right. And I'll tell you, I'm not going to mention any names, because I don't want to embarrass anyone else. And also respect people's privacy. I'm talking about big time names in the industry. Look at this film and like, look, you need to add this. You're missing this. You're all confused with this storyline. The scenes are all discombobulated. Read this book. Get it. Take another script. Take another screenwriting course over here, and then come back to me with another version, right? And so it's so important to take that criticism, and we're all human. We all take things personally, especially if you're creating something, you put your blood, sweat, and tears into something, and then somebody doesn't like it. Man, that's hard to do. But there's no other way. And if you study and again, I made it a study. If you're going to get into whatever industry you're going to get into, make it a study, and become a student first. And that's why I didn't direct the first movie. I didn't direct the second movie. I didn't have any official role except producer on either, and writer, obviously, on both the films. But I wanted to learn from these guys that were in, and I purposely hired young directors that were in their 20s, because I wanted to be involved in the current cultural communication and their mindset in creating the visuals, right? And that was also humble. Imagine, you're hiring somebody that's half your age to take your story and bring it out. So it involves trust, it involves humility, and it involves learning. And I watched what these guys did, and I'm taking my courses. And what I learned from some of the top people, and I study all of them, from Spike Lee to Alfred Hitchcock to, you name it, as we mentioned earlier, De Palma, Scorsese, Tarantino, all those guys. And we go back to the beginning. I always would go back to the beginning, and they had to have like these failures happen before they got to be like household names. And so I didn't mind it, but I still wanted the original movies to be really good, even though I knew they wouldn't be probably maybe my best work, but I wanted them to be really good. So long answer again to a simple question, you have to be open. And then once you take the input and then you apply what you take, then you're your mind opens up and you see what these people were trying to tell you. And I remember my first mentor. I talk about him a lot in other programs. I'm not going to mention his name here today, but he runs an established indie production company that makes award-winning movies, and he's been running that for years. And that was the first person, one of the first people that saw the first cuts of the movie, the first original versions, and he said specific things to me that now when I watch this version, all of, like when I'm watching it, like his words are coming back to me, like he told me to do this, and I'm like, man, I was so proud of myself that look what I did here, and look what I did there, and look how I arranged this, and so you get a sense of satisfaction, and then when you go back, it's like, okay, there's a scene in Goodfellas. It's a terrible analogy, but there's a scene in Goodfellas where the guy comes back from prison, and one of the gangsters comes back from prison, and they're having a celebration, and then like the Joe Pesci character, right? The guy come back from prison says, man, you used to give the best shoe shines. You used to give the best shoe shines. Remember that saying? Those shoes were so shine when you used to shine my shoes. And he's getting worked up. And he's getting worked up now because Pesci's now a real bona fide gangster, right? So he's getting worked up. And then finally he can't take it anymore. And he says, I don't shine shoes no more. It's almost like, I know that's terrible, but it's almost like that. Like now I can go back and say, I don't shine shoes no more. You know, now look at what's up, right? And we can now have a different conversation without being violent with each other. The climate. So there you go.
You're not shining shoes anymore. You're making films, and
shine shoes.
I don't shine shoes no more. But the thing is that you have to shine those shoes for a while before you can really appreciate the value of a shoe shine, but also to know what a good shoe shiner is. So there's a lot going on there, you know, and I think that accepting the criticism the way you did it, because I was explaining to the guys this morning, some of the hardest criticism in my career came a few years ago, and the guy just gutted me out. But I stood there and took it. I didn't. Everybody, my team thought, oh my God, they were going to go attack him. And I go, no, this is awesome. Yeah, but it hurt a little bit. But at the end of the day, it made me a better person because I took everything he said because he was a professional at what he did. And like you were saying, you know, you take that and you build on it, right? Because they know what they're talking about. And love sometimes doesn't come out like you think it should. It doesn't sound like I love you. But that's true love when somebody comes and tells you how to become a better person, right? Even if it hurts. And I appreciate you sharing that story.
100%. Thank you, Kimberly. And also, it's also on the flip side of that, understand also that there are certain things that are like constructive technical criticism on technique and on the actual product. Another is someone's opinion, whether they like it or not. You got to also be careful not to fall into the trap. And that's when it goes back to the original advice that my mentors gave me, which was stick to the story. This is your story. Tell it this way, because some people don't like the story. And so there's nothing I can do about that. If you don't like the story, then, you know, I got nothing for you because this is what story we're going to tell. And that's where you differentiate something that is pure, that is true constructive criticism with something that's somebody's opinion. It may not be for them. And that's where earlier on, I would really on the storyline and on the flow of the story and how it keeps people's interest, I would only listen to the 20-somethings. I wouldn't listen to the older people, right? Because I'm saying this movie's not for you, right? Then when I circling back to what I said earlier, when I'm getting a response back from the older group, really, which I'm in that group, so I'm not saying that they're old. I'm saying older, right? And the response being so positive, I'm like, man, did I really do this? Did I really only listen to the input, the creative input from the storyline or from the interest level of the young group? And did that actually help me to make it better for the older group? And I think that it did, because it takes people back to that time in their lives when they're just starting out and making these decisions, kind of like what the Breakfast Club did for us. I keep bringing that up because it's the most similar in terms of you can watch the Breakfast Club now and it will bring you back to when you were a kid because of the things that you were feeling, and then by keeping the set and the costumes 80s, and keeping, and we go right into the phone and they're dialing the phone, right? Or then they pick up the phone and we see it's and the pager, the pager going off, beep, 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 right? It's like, the younger group really love that because they love kind of the vintage, throwback. But then the rest of us, we're like, it brings us back. The old cars, the outfits. You mentioned about the Bella character. I don't know if you noticed, she's always in every scene. She's got like a hot outfit on, and her hair, and then
big hair,
big hair, and the big look, and it's something that by really focusing in on my audience, we were able to actually expand the audience, if that makes sense. And that was not the intention.
But you pivot sometimes to make it that way, right? So go ahead, Ankit.
So I would like to know that whenever you come up with a movie, there are a lot of versions of the climax, and then you decide that okay, we'll go with this version, and that you showcase to the world. But what happened to the old versions now? Because what happened is that maybe a movie can be released with one climax, but because of OTT platform, we can have multiple versions on OTT, and people would like to know the different aspects of it, and maybe they have different audiences because some people don't like that climax which you have shown on the movie, but there are a lot of other climax as well which can build up a movie now. And also, secondly, nowadays what I've seen is that, especially in India, once the climax is there, once the movie is about to end, they create some kind of engagement that they are coming up with a series 2.
Yeah,
so you believe in all
that's a very good. If I'm reading your question, first of all, the how to end the movie is like it's the funnest part of making the movie, in my opinion. That's the funnest, right? How you end it.
Yeah.
And I'm not a big fan of having alternate endings. And I'll tell you why. Not that I don't think it's good, but for my movies, it probably won't work too well because, to your second question, I'm setting people up for another volume, right? So, but I don't want to leave them on a cliffhanger. See, it's very fine line because what bothers me also, if there's a part 1 and a part 2, if I'm not satisfied at part 1. I got to watch part 2 to enjoy part 1. That bugs me, right? I don't want to do that. And in Back to the Future, they did it really well, where the movie ended, but at the very end, you see kind of a prep for the next one. And Mission Impossible does it. They didn't really follow up on but at the very end, he gets another mission or whatever, right? And so, ending the movie is the most fun and sometimes the most challenging. But I would say this, and probably the alternate endings won't work because if you make it different, then you got to change a whole nother movie to make it different, right? So, but first of all, in these films, we want to make sure the message is clear at the end. That's one of the goals in ending it. We want to make sure that the message of the movie is clear and that the hero wins out. You've got to see the hero winning out because the hero has gone through all the challenge. You got to see him good. Another mistake that writers make sometimes, trying to be different or trying to do something off the wall. And I appreciate people wanting to be unusual and kind of go against the beaten path. But if I'm watching a movie all the way through and the guy's getting beat up all the way through, if you watch Rebellistic, I mean, this guy everybody's against him. They're calling him names. No one's on his side, right? There's even the guy who's trying to help is not on his side. The gangsters are treating him badly. The girlfriend's treating him badly. The friends are treating him badly. No one wants him to do what he's got to do, right? And then in the end, you got to give him his happiness, right? And that's what helps the audience to love the movie because you're giving them satisfaction in the end. And secondly, is that you want to wrap up any of the stories that you've been telling, because there's the A story, there's the B, C, there's all in this movie. There's 6-7 things going on, if you notice, from beginning to end. And when you watch it a second time, and I encourage you to watch it a second time, because you're going to appreciate all the sub stories that are going on. And a lot of these smaller stories are continued in other films, and that's what is so much fun for me. Like, I know, hey, Bella's going to say this, this, and this, and watch. You don't even know it here, and it does. But you'll notice in the third movie that, hey, that has meaning, right? And so you create all. But if you just tell this, you create those sub stories and don't wrap them up, then you leave the audience feeling like, man, I got to watch 10 more movies to find out what the heck is going on with Bella. Come on, I don't want to do that, right?
Hey, Henny.
Yeah,
because I was just wondering, because I think that some of the best movies out there are those movies like y'all were alluding to earlier that are timeless. There's such great movies that it doesn't matter whether you watch them now or you watch them 50 or 30 or 40 years ago, or whether your folks watched them way back when. Like, to me, one of my favorite movies is It's a Wonderful Life, the classic Christmas movie. It's very timeless. It's definitely something that folks can relate to at all times. But then on a more current kind of time, but not that current, I was also a big fan of Injustice for All, because, of course, we all deal with justice and things of that nature. So they're oftentimes current. And then the other thing that I'm thinking that your movies are probably going to be very much that way is I like those movies that have chapters, and they got a lot of chapters in them, but you don't have to watch one chapter to get chapter 4. If you jump in the middle at 4, you can still get a full movie, and you don't feel like you got to watch 1 through 4 in order to get to 4, because that's sometimes where I get frustrated with those long movies that got multiple chapters, and you got to watch 1, 2, 3, and if you don't watch 1, then you don't know what's going on in 4. I'd rather watch the kind of movies, and it sounds like that's what you're creating. There's those kind of movies that you can literally pick it up on, say it's a 10-part series, you can pick it up on number 9 or number 10, and it might push you to want to go back and watch the other 8 or 9, but you don't have to feel like you've got to go back and watch from 1 to 9 to get there.
Right, absolutely accurate in that assessment. I'm glad that you brought that up about the keeping the stories in their own film. In other words, what I did, and again, and to your point also with It's a Wonderful Life and Injustice for All, It's a Wonderful Life is a really good example. I mean, that guy goes through he's beat up. You got to give him his happiness in the end, and that's one of the reasons we love that story, because of the happy feeling. He's unhappy. I haven't watched it in a while, but if I remember correctly, he's unhappy most of the movie, and then in the end, he becomes he gets his happiness, and that's one of the reasons you love it, because you're feeling all of his pain, and then in the end, he gets his happiness.
Definitely, you feel that, and then the other movies that I sometimes think that I really enjoy are the movies. Feel like you said earlier about Breakfast Club, and I'm a fan of Breakfast Club as well. Also, I'll admit it, I'm a fan of Pretty in Pink. But those kind of movies oftentimes bring you back to a period of time that you might not have even been part of, but they just kind of give you that feel. I'm a big fan of what some people would consider buddy movies. So I remember Big Chill and Secaucus 7, and both of those were movies that definitely kind of got you in that spirit of what was going on around the 60s and the 70s and that era of everything, but they were buddy films. So I enjoyed those kind of buddy natures that were going on. Of course, there was some, like any relationships, there was some breakups going on, there was some other things going on, but it was really, at the end of the day, a big buddy film. And the same with Thelma and Louise.
Yeah, you mentioned all kind of good ones, and like I said, I'm going to get in your top 25. I want you to come back on next week, because we're going to get you your tickets today. Your tickets later on today. I want you guys. Let's come on and have without spoiling it for people. I'm trying to have the conversation without spoiling it. But as far as back to Anka's question on the endings. First of all, you want to give your audience that satisfaction with your main character, right? Second of all, communicate the message that you're wanting to communicate. Okay, that's important when you wrap it up. Third, no cliffhangers. No, Don't do that to me. Don't make me go to the next. Unless you're gonna start. Why don't you just make a 3-hour movie and I'll watch the whole thing.
Binge watch it, exactly.
And then last but not least, you need to wrap up those. You need to wrap up those sub stories. And what we did, again, try not to give it away. What we did was towards the end, there are multiple endings of things that you go from one to the next to the next. So each sub story ends and doesn't linger. And so that is important in the end with the end of the movie. And that's what in the earlier versions, we didn't have that. And just because I didn't know that these things were so important and how to keep when you watch this film, if we achieved our goal, you're wanting the next scene. You're just like, everything builds and builds and builds and builds, and you're wanting to know what happens next, and you're wanting to know what happens with this character, and you're seeing. And each film you're giving, we're again doing our best. If we're successful in the end of giving you a new set and a new set of really cool cars and new costumes and a great new song, and so we're giving you all kind of other things in the end as well. So we're giving, and then at the end, what we want to do is we want to give you as an audience the satisfaction of closing the loop on all these characters. And here's when we don't do it. This is my last little trick, and I'll open up for whatever next question. Here's when we don't do it. Sometimes we bring a character in, and that character just does something strange and unique, and you notice it, but you forget it all about it. And that character, when I do that, that character's coming back in another movie. So, and a good example of that is Ruby. Ruby is a really good example in Rebelistic. When Ruby comes on, you'll see that she comes on and you're like, what is Ruby doing here? And all of a sudden Ruby's gone. And there's if I started to create a story about Ruby, then I gotta add 15 more minutes to the movie. I can't do it, right? Yeah. So we want Ruby to make her appearance, make an impression, and then later when you watch another one of the movies, you go, there's Ruby. I remember her. What's she all about? And then you kind of go from there.
So it sounds to me like, and I haven't seen the movie yet. I'm looking forward to seeing the movie, but it sounds to me to some degree, and correct me if I'm wrong, but do you remember the character Radio from one of Spike's movies? It sounds like Ruby's almost like that kind of character, the character of Radio, one of Spike's earlier movies and everything.
Yeah, but Radio Raheem in Do the Right Thing, he had a beginning, middle, and an end. So he was more of a character. I'll give you an example. If you've seen Pulp Fiction, you remember the female taxi driver for Bruce Willis's character.
Okay, I remember that character.
She had a very interesting name, and he commented on her name. She was in one scene, and then you never heard from her again. And I was interested in why he did that, and I researched it, and that's a character from a comic book. That's a comic book character, and he was going to do something with the comic books. He never did it, but that's a similar idea. You remember? I always will remember her. I remember that female. She's what is it like to kill a man, right? And when she said, you're like, who is this, right? This stunning Colombian taxi driver that picks this guy up in the middle of the night, right? And then she's gone. You don't see her again. So it's similar to that, but he never brought her back in another movie. But he's not doing volumes pretty much. So that's the idea. One little scene, make it memorable, and then we'll see you in another movie.
What are your thoughts on interest groups and things of that nature? Because I'm part of the Black Filmmakers Collective, which is out of Hayti Heritage Center, which is African American Cultural Arts Center. And we have different sessions, but some of the sessions are people giving their input. So like somebody might give a short or a scene, and then they're getting constructive criticism. But I'm just wondering if you ever did those and what your personal opinions are of those kind of like and I use them. I know they use them like for voting and other things, but I call them those work sessions where the filmmaker would show their work and get some feedback, often from fellow filmmakers, but not always. I was just wondering what your thoughts are on those and whether they work for you.
I didn't know that you were part of that group. I'm glad we're having this conversation. It's great because I'd love to participate in any way with you guys on any discussion. If you're referring to to cultural or ethnic or racial discussions, if that's what you're talking about in terms of interest, I am very interested in talking about those themes. I have, in these stories, I was very careful to be true to the history and also be conscious of the stereotyping that happens when you tell historical stories. And I got a lot of input on this from a lot of different people, and I believe that because we spent so much time thinking about it and being cognizant of it, we came to a place where any racial group would probably, first of all, probably be offended at some point in the movie, but also would love it anyway, if that makes sense, right? They'd love it anyway because we don't keep going, right? Somebody may make a comment, but it stops and then you get back to the story. And the comment is something that would normally happen in a conversation, but we don't continue. Another thing that's important, and I did this in the novel very specifically, the gangsters are all kinds of they're all mixed in terms of there's Irish gangsters, there's Italian gangsters, there's Jewish gangsters, there's black gangsters, there's white gangsters, there's Puerto Rican gangsters. The gangsters now, but it also is the history. It's the history. Back in the 80s, when the mafia was at its peak of power in New York, which is where all this takes place, New York, New Jersey, it's all, you watch The Sopranos, the New York mafia and the New Jersey mafia, all that, the connection is intimate. It's not really differentiated. And all of the mobsters and the different factions, they all work together somehow. They were all connected somehow. And see it in The Sopranos, which The Sopranos is based on a real family in New Jersey. If you don't know the history, they changed a lot of things, but if you learn the history, you know who the Sopranos is based on, right? And very realistic. Sopranos was a good show to me in terms of its quality. Obviously, won all the awards, realism, and James Gandolfini, brilliant actor. But the Sopranos had no redeeming characters at all. There was nobody rooting for, and that to me always bothered me. So I always looked at The Sopranos as a comedy, like a dark comedy. If you can accept that this movie is a dark comedy, then you can at least laugh at it. But
I saw that Angus got his hands up, but I got a quick comment to that and add to you, and then I want to hear what Angus got to say. And this is actually going toward Nick as well. But one of the greatest movies, and there's actually a movie twice that my dad called me and my younger brother to watch the movie. And two of these movies are actually going to surprise you. One of them might not surprise you as much, but my dad, I remember he called us over because he wanted us to watch The Bucket List because he thought that was a great movie. At the time, he just turned 80, so he's probably, whenever that movie came out, he's probably like maybe around 70 or late 60s because that movie's been out now a number of years. So, but he just thought that was a great concept of trying to like live the life and do those kind of goals. I know a friend of mine actually doesn't like to call it a bucket list anymore because that implies that you're about to kick the bucket. So he just likes to call it the list, things that he wants to do in his life and everything. But then another movie that he called us, so both me and my younger brother off to watch, is a movie that folks forget is actually an adult movie. I mean, it's known as a kid's movie. It's got a great actor in it that plays a major role in it. But in all reality, if you watch the sub-themes, Shrek is very much of an adult movie because if you watch the sub-themes and what's going on in that movie, there's a lot of things that are being covered and some of the things that I know you try not to cover in your movies that are like sub-themes that they're hoping that the kids miss because they were trying to target two audiences. They wanted the kids to enjoy the cartoon aspect of it, but they had some somewhat adult-themed humor in there as well for us adults to catch because there were definitely some adult themes that were thrown in there.
Yeah, well, again, I think that to your point, our marketplace is we Shrek is a really good example of how you can take a movie that is made for kids and make it appealing to the older generation. Because again, I had my 2 stints with Shrek, with Shrek, right? I got 2 sets of kids. I watch all these kid movies. I got to watch them twice, right? Otherwise, you're a bad parent. So Shrek is great because they had the music and then the very adult themes going on with Shrek himself. And even in Shrek 2 and Shrek 3, and Shrek and Donkey, their friendship is very mature. The dialogue is very adult dialogue, and it keeps your interest as an adult. And the movies that you would not want to watch with your kids are the movies that don't address that. And that's where, again, it's brilliant filmmaking. That's why Shrek is one of the biggest of all times. There's several others that do that. To finish up the theme on diversity, so I would love to have conversations about this, but I believe that, like, my team and I got my actors involved in this too. I got Black actors. I said, hey, is this too much? Or I got, the Puerto Rican actors. Are we taking things too far here? The Italians, because I'm mostly Italian, and I grew up around all the Goombas, so I kind of speak for the Italian side of it, right? Is it too much? Did I go too far? And you try to get that balance. And so, so what I did was I created different characters and different ethnic groups. That if you notice, if there's a character that's a criminal who's a certain ethnic group, there's probably another character that's the same ethnic group that's not a criminal, that's probably a good guy. And the girls are pretty much, in Rebelistic, we leave them neutral. But in other movies, some of the girls are evil. And so we make sure, okay, if there's somebody evil here, we want to see. Let's see if we can, if the good character can be maybe the same ethnicity. So we don't say, well, all so and so's are this, or all so and so's are that. And I base everything on true characters. So I may bring a character in from that's not related to the story and create a character based on that. So I would love to have those kind of conversations with filmmakers, especially those who are telling historically accurate stories, to stay true to the history. But there's ways to do it where you don't offend people and you can still tell the story accurately. It's impossible. Most of my movies have an Italian mafia connection, okay? Because the Italian mobsters were connected with the bank robbers. My friend was one of the bank robbers growing up. One of my friends growing up, that's the baseline of the story. And you can't get away from a crime story in New York in the 80s without talking about the Italian mafia. So I made sure that the motivational speaking character, played by yours truly, is Italian. So you can't tell me, and his name is Banda, right? And Banda is an Italian name. So there's so many Italian gangsters in this movie, but the main motivational speaker character is Italian. So you can't tell me that we're just we try to do those
stereotyping bad guys. You made the Italians look really, really bad because they look gangster in that movie. So.
Well, but I'll tell you what. Hold on, one second. I'll tell you what. Every gangster, we got Puerto Ricans, we got Jews, we got Italians, we got Black, we got Irish. When you see Tiago's father in Hit or Twist, and McManus, the Irish guy, they're all mean. They're all mean. So there you go.
Well, AntKit actually has a company in India that they take your characters and make them virtual reality superheroes.
Oh, well,
So we got to introduce this group to you because in they show the esports and whatever they're doing over there. Actually, the revenues from those crazy video games today exceed all the money that Hollywood brings in.
Well, I'm open to having that conversation. I'd love to.
Yeah, and really should introduce this lady to Henning because
that's what I was
he can take his
about to ask.
and make him virtual reality
what they
superstar.
do is they create a movie and then they create an ecosystem behind that movie. Keep on doing the movies because there's a lot of big business. It's not about the storyline. It's more about the business and commercials, and then they keep on doing the same thing. so that the video games merchandising, the ecosystem should run parallelly, and that's how they built up. In some series about all the movies, but again, my question for Henning is that if you are casting your one of the superheroes or one of your heroes in another movie, because he was super hit, now something happened in the personal life of the actor. Something happened which is disturbing or which is a little negative. Would you still cast this guy, or you change the guy, or recast someone else?
Well, that's a question with an answer that's going to require more time than we have, because I got to just show the trailer and jump off. But I want to continue with that conversation. Maybe we'll talk about that next week when we actually. I'd like to do kind of a book club next week on the movie, and where each of your bring people on that watched it. Only bring people on that like it. If they didn't like it, don't bring them. Because I don't want to talk to them. I don't want to talk to them. So. But what I like to do, I want to address that, and I think I can show the trailer real quick so your group can do it. And lastly, I want to do a call to action. We're going to send you the code with the tickets that you can scroll it in your screen. We're going to leave it on for a few. Okay, Kimberly. So you can go, and as I want to give you guys the movie. I want that to be a gift for you guys. Letting me come on and tell my stories and everything. So your audience will be able to watch it, and then on next Tuesday we can maybe talk about it and get feedback, or just have a discussion on some of the themes without giving away the storyline to the rest of the people. Is that okay?
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing the movie, Henning. That's for sure. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing it.
You'll have that today, and then just thank you. You'll have that today, and just you can. You don't need to check with anyone. You feel free to run the code and the link in your scrolling for your group, and share it with whomever that you feel is necessary for IBM TV, and then go from there. And we'll see how long to keep it on. Okay, maybe we'll give people through the weekend to watch it, and then it'll turn off on Monday. Okay.
That sounds like a great plan.
Okay,
just to
good.
let you know what Enki was talking about. Esports is very big, because I know even here a friend of mine did an esports tournament in Durham, and it was just amazing, the popularity. So you might need to get that virtual character at some point and just incorporate what Enki does into what you do. And that whole gang. And by the way, New Jersey's not the only gang area. Durham has got a little bit of gang history as well. Frank Mathis was actually from Durham, North Carolina.
Well, I want to talk to you some more. There's so much to do. I got now that now that this movie is finished, I'm ready. I'm ready to come out of the the darkness into the light.
Well, and I've been just trying to introduce you to some really great people that we have coming on here. But let's do your trailer,
sure.
And then get the code up for me to share all week. And we'll do a book club next week, or a movie club.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. All right. So you got the trailer?
I think I've become an expert at this.
All right.
Okay. So you should be seeing my screen pretty soon.
And we have Zach here too. He's one of our.
Zach, how are you? Good to see you again, bud.
Zach, we'll send you. Zach would be great to do a movie review. Look at his background back there. He's a kid at heart. So.
All right. You guys see that's. Do you guys see my screen now? I'd love to do it, Zach. You guys see my screen?
I see it here. I need to add it. There we go.
Does it say RevShare Films Presents?
It sure does.
Okay, here we go, guys.
Let's rock it.
Hope you enjoy it.
What's the thing you call decisions?
I have a hard time hearing.
Tell me what's new.
Fortnite Prime is starting to implement this one client
All right. I'm going to go ahead and get out of the share. All right. I'm out of the share. All right.
Yeah,
I'm going to get out of the snake pit, and I'm going to go.
See you next week. We'll do a movie review, and I'm going to have a really big question for you next week.
Okay. I'm looking forward to it. Make sure you tell me in advance so I can prepare my answer.
I am.
Thank you.
Really enjoyed talking to you, Henning. As always, great conversation.
All right. Thank you. Thank you all very much. We'll talk soon. Bye for now.
Take care. You know, it's always great. What a movie. What fun to hang out with Henning and the tribe. I got to be on the movie set with them when they were filming a lot of the movie, but they're just fun to be with. I met them at the film festival, Sundance Film Festival, and it was by accident. I was supposed to meet somebody else. I was given a pass, so I extended my stay. I was there for a Shark Tank. And somebody said, why don't you stay for the Sundance Festival? And I'm like, well, I've never been. Why not? And they said, well, you know, you can go meet. We got a whole thing set up. You can go meet these people, interview them. So I went, but they never showed up. And the Sundance Festival is huge. Like, it takes up the whole town there. And I was a little lonely and a little out of place. I've been to a lot of conventions, so it's nothing for me to just tour them by myself. But this was a little different. This one you had to go in and out of establishments, and it was snow, go ice cold outside. So I kind of dove into the one place where I was supposed to meet these people, and you got to have these passes, and mine, I didn't have mine yet. And so I started talking to this girl, and I said, well, hi, I'm Kim Calhoun. I'm with Money Masters PBS. I'm here to meet. And she goes, oh my God, you're here. She didn't even let me. Oh my God, you're here. Oh my God, come with me. And she grabs me, and I'm like, oh, why not? Right? Why not go for this? And I go downstairs, and there's Henning. He's, all by himself at this big, huge table. They've got previews going on in the back, big, huge screen, dark previews going on back there. And she sits me down and introduces me, and we just start talking. And I think he realizes I'm not who he was expecting. I know he's not who, but we talked anyway, right? We networked and we became good friends. Out of it, somebody I had just interviewed 2 or 3 weeks earlier walked out of the room and recognized me. It was the Prince of Netherlands. And so it was kind of weird, right? It was like, wow, okay, so now I know people here. And but it was interesting. We ended up talking for almost 2 hours. Neither one of it, we both realized we weren't supposed to meet, but we were ended up there. And when he left, he said, well, why don't you come hang out with us later? I've got to go to this meeting. And he left his award sitting there. So I decided to stay the extra day and make sure he got his award back, because there was nobody there to hand it to. He wouldn't answer his phone because he had this other meeting. And the end result was they had invited me to dinner that night. It was at their big lodge. And I don't know, we became like a family. So that's what networking is all about, Zach.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I hope so. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you got to seize those moments, whether they're right or wrong. I mean, it's just, so how's life where you're at?
Yeah, Colorado's great. It's beautiful. Obviously, mountains are great always. I can't complain.
Where are you at in Colorado?
Boulder.
Okay. I actually just had a Boulder guest on my show yesterday, because actually the radio show with Mark Lee, we did an interview with Steph Johnson. She's a doctor at the university over there, and did a whole thing on inclusivity, so about diversity and inclusion in the corporate world. So she was actually the guest on the show yesterday. So second day in a row of having somebody from Boulder that I've actually had the pleasure of talking to.
Yeah, Boulder's got what we need.
I've been skiing there once. I went snow skiing in Vail once.
Yeah.
It was beautiful. It was absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, Vail's yeah. A lot of great places here.
Do you ski?
No, I do a lot of hiking.
Hiking.
Yeah, a lot of hiking, a lot of finding things in the mountains.
Wow. Okay.
What's the most unique thing you found in the mountains?
A moose. I saw one a week ago for the first time. I was just walking around, and there was a moose right next to the path I was on, and very interesting. They are huge, huge creatures. So far, that's the one that is standing out.
But you haven't
Okay.
found any treasures anywhere. Like you haven't discovered
No.
any.
No, that's why I go out there. I look for the treasures, but no, I haven't found any. Actually, somebody just found like $28 million in the mountains of Colorado like 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. So there's treasure in there, but I haven't found any.
Was it from a plane crash?
I'm not sure. I didn't do a lot of research. I thought it was that old like D.B. Cooper money story thing, but apparently somebody just hid a bunch of money in a chest in the mountains and was recently just discovered. So I'm going to keep looking. Sure.
Yeah, you got to keep looking because where was I'm trying to remember. I guess it was South America that the famous pilot lost his just disappeared with all that money. Gary U.S. Bonds, I think it was, or something like that.
Yeah, a lot of money. Yeah, that's somewhere in South America. But yeah, I don't know. I'll keep looking. I got to make a movie, so I need some money somewhere.
So what kind of movies do you make?
Well, none yet. Right now, we're focused on podcasts, but we're starting to move into the movie business. So we currently do 7 podcasts now. Last time we were on the show, we had 6. We started a new show recently, but we're trying to gain as much experience as possible in the making of products and making of media while we're learning how to film something. So we don't know what we're doing there. So a lot of writing, a lot of learning.
Gotcha.
Well,
what kind of themes are you thinking about?
Dylan and I have written out about 40 some stories that can be turned into movies, or we wrote one that's a sitcom. We wrote one that's a drama. We wrote a couple like superhero ones. We wrote a couple we try to write like 2 full seasons of something similar to like a Black Mirror, where it's very thought-provoking stories that don't really require a lot of special effects, just kind of like a lot of mental fortitude. For instance, we wrote one about a guy who has a Venus flytrap, and one day the Venus flytrap produces like a tiny little fruit, and when you cut the fruit open, because Venus flytraps eat mostly meat and protein, this thing is made of protein. So there's a lot of a conversation in this story about whether this is ethical or vegan or vegetarian or nothing at all. We wrote a story about most of our podcasts, we have a podcast called Silicon Angels that is a fictional podcast about the IT department of a robotics factory and how robot and AI can go wrong, and people that buy these robots have to call in and kind of explain their problems. So that's more of a comedy show. We have one called Meaner Kind of Magic, and it takes place in a wizard technical school where there's a bunch of different kinds of magic.
Right.
And then you would go to this school to learn, how to hone in your craft. And then throughout the course of their senior year, they end up killing their professor. And while trying to resurrect him, an evil ghost gets into the body. So there's like a weird Weekend at Bernie's Breakfast Club kind of feel to it. But yeah, we have a bunch of stories, and we're just trying to connect with the right people and see what we can learn and how we can grow ourselves and just be better and start making actual, media.
Well, just to let you know, and Kim will get a kick out of this, networking is a wonderful thing. And she knows I'm a big fan of networking and do networking both for the podcast that I do here as well as the other one that I do on Blog Talk Radio and just various other sources when I'm out networking. But this is where Kim will really enjoy this story, and you'll enjoy it as well because it actually proves the power of IBM TV. I went onto my LinkedIn profile because they had suggested this after we had one of our meetings, and I added the fact that I was doing this show and producing this show that I produced for them. So IBM TV is the lead thing on my LinkedIn profile now. And I got an email from a filmmaker in Canada who is doing a film on a rogue minister. So it's like a mini series about a rogue minister. And they want me to look at the script. I have got the script in my email. I'm not going to lie and tell y'all that I have read it yet, but I'm going to read it and see what it's all about. If it's worth anything, then I'll pass it on to Kim and some of our other interested people that might be interested in, maybe even Hennon and some of the other folks. But all they saw was IBM TV and the fact that I was connected with that, and that led them from Ontario, Canada, to reach out to me to look at the script. So, like I said, that's just showing you the power of IBM TV. So I wanted to share that with you, Kim, here on the radio, and let folks know that happened as recently as I think that initial. I talked to the gentleman yesterday, so I think the initial email was probably like 2 days ago. So today is Tuesday. So between Sunday to Tuesday, and like sometimes it's afternoon or evening. It's already afternoon now. So sometimes it's afternoon or evening. I will pull up my emails, go through all my various emails, and find that script and look it over and see what it's about. But I do remember them saying it definitely had some rogue minister kind of concepts, and they were even talking about possibly doing some of the filming down here because apparently there's a rogue minister and it might have some underlines of some of the things that are relevant to today, whether that's race relations, whether that's the role of religion, whether that's in like liberation theology and a bunch of other kind of themes. And I do remember we talked about in our phone call because I talked to him for about 30 minutes yesterday around the same time, around 1 o'clock yesterday. So, but it all came because I stuck IBM TV on my LinkedIn as the top of the profile.
Thank you. You know, we're finding out that IBM TV is becoming a really big name in different places. You know, when I got the text message from somebody in Afghanistan that said, "We're watching you on our networks," and I'm like, "What?" Like they're not even watching us on the internet because they can't afford to buy the bandwidth because you have to pay for the bandwidth. Somebody has taken our show and they're putting it on their network in Afghanistan on TV. And when he took a picture of his TV set, you can tell it's all banged up and broken glass and everything, but they're watching. So, you know, it's a slow progress of getting our name out there, but we do it with good quality. And I think, Zach, that's what you're working on, is getting that quality content that everybody's going to want to watch. And that's a hard balance because in media and in TV, and I hate to say this, but unless you bleed, you don't lead. So you really have to be impactful in the bleed to lead, whatever it is. And it was something Nick and I chose not to do, right? We just find, I mean, we were talking with the president of CBS, we talked with the president of NBC, and they all had the same thing to us. And CBS came back to us several times, and it was always trying to make us something we weren't. But when you're doing something fictitious, it's easy to do that, and you can still keep it very good quality. It can be a lot of fun and entertaining, but you're talking some serious dramas, ghostly, spooky. When you were talking about, the spirit goes into the people. I often think of Harry Potter, especially when you're talking about the kids. And I often think about Ghost Whisperer when you're mixing all of that together. I think of the two, which, both great, wonderful media stories or, entertainment stories that went very far. So we have Lynn here, our sponsor. This is something very important when you get out there to do media.
It looks like Anchor was saying we've got to wrap up shortly, but got to get Lynn on for sure. I do have one request, Zach. We might have to change your name because we already got Zach, that's the funk musician, so it gets confusing when I got two Zachs. So just teasing you about that.
I'm kind of attached to
we got two Zachs, and we'll be able to juggle them good because they do two great things in two different areas of the entertainment world. Zach, maybe you can help the other Zach. We're going to be doing a space talk show, and it's about life out in space, right? Whether it's fictitious or real, but so many people believe it's real. So many people have seen things. One of the things that Zach and I talk about is Brown Mountain lights, which when as a little girl, my dad that's what we would do on weekends. He would take us out to see these things. And so we would go sit at Brown Mountain and look for the lights. Another one was a ghost story. My dad liked both of those kind of things. And so we would go chase down all of the ghost stories in North Carolina. One of them was the Mako light, the guy who swings the lantern at the rail, and things like that. But
I don't know if you saw the special edition, but actually that's one of the things that old demigod who's with the Lights On Conspiracy was talking about was the fact that he actually does not believe that the space travels actually happened. He's got some doubts as to whether we actually went into space, and he alluded to some of his theories as to why he thinks that it didn't happen. But like I said, he had some interesting views, and some of them I might agree with more than others, but it was definitely aired earlier. And I know you were busy here with this programming on our regular channel, but hopefully you'll get a chance to go back and listen to it, because he definitely has some very interesting views on our special edition about even the controlling families and things of that nature. But as you can tell, I'm holding a box. I changed from the cookies. I had popcorn yesterday, so this is from you. I had popcorn, Lynn. So this I had yesterday. I'm not gonna lie, the first batch I burnt. So the second batch I did not burn. So I did go with the popcorn. I actually followed the instructions, and I think I still got a few more left. So I did not burn the first batch, the second batch. So I have the minions floating around here somewhere. I do have the minions floating around, but we do have the popcorn that you can get from the dollar store. So Zach, we do deliver to Colorado, so definitely you can get some items as well. We do deliver to Colorado.
Perfect.
Well,
Perfect.
They
So
deliver the essentials too, so it's not just the fun things that we're talking about here. Well, food, it can be essential, but and CBD products, which I'm very happy about. The mask, which my family confiscated from me, I no longer have them in here now. But the big box of masks that I was able to get 50 for $25, which is a phenomenal fee. You know, to be able to pay for 50 cents a mask. I mean, you can't beat that. And what I didn't notice, I noticed they were stacked perfect so that you grab them and you're not like touching any of the other ones, but they're packaged in tin, right? So they're sealed and packaged, not even tight sealed. You peel it back so you don't have to like rip the package. It's sealed in 10 stacks. So, I mean, it's really, you know, but I like the fact that the dollar store is taking the initiative to get out there and help us get the essentials we need so we don't have to go shopping for them. What have we got?
Well, I know you're into the Minions, but I also like some of the other cartoon characters as well. So this came from us as well. And of course, I've just got the regular. And so we talked about essentials. They do have essential clinics, and they've also got the facial tissues that is the Lion King theme. So we do have the Lion King there. So you can see the lion. So we do have the Lion King. So as you can tell, in case you didn't notice this, Leon, I think in my other life, I was a circus commentator, you know, like the guy that does like the whole pitching sales and everything. So I think that's what I did in another life.
So,
there you go.
The Simba, we talk about timeless movies. That's another one of those timeless movies. I still have the poster my son hung up in his room. I had framed it. I just always thought it was such a timeless movie, so classic. So
my kids are too old, so I never saw those movies. So,
oh, really?
No, I can't even look. It's been so long ago, I can't even remember what movies we went to see with the kids.
I saw a lot of the old Disneys, Snow White, Cinderella.
My wife just called up from downstairs. We took them to see Around the World in 80 Days. Now, how's that one?
I remember that movie. My parents took me to that movie.
Yeah.
Around the World in 80 Days. I remember that.
Anyway, so let's talk quickly about the dollar store, and then I'll tell you about a circumstance that came from maybe outer space. Who knows? But first of all, we do own the Family Dollar Store. You can find it by going on to IBM.TV, clicking on the big round button. If you're colorblind, you don't have to worry about whether it's green or red or whatever color it happens to be green. Okay, there are over 12% of males who are colorblind. So, but they made it when they created it on the website for IBM TV, made it round, so you don't have to worry. We partnered. Basically came on to support Money Masters PBS, the not-for-profit, because we really believe in the mission of Money Masters PBS. We believe in reducing the gap between poverty and financial sustainability, and basically providing financial education and financial fitness to people. I know the program started for younger people, but in today's day and age, when so many people are suffering because they've lost their jobs, maybe on unemployment for a while, but who knows how long that will last. We can only print so much money for so long. The point is that here's a mission that basically says to people, first of all, look at what you spend, make sure you save money, make sure you invest it, make sure you pay your taxes, and make sure you give forward, basically to support some sort of a not-for-profit, whatever it is you choose. I just chose, and we as our family chose, to support the mission of Money Masters. We think it's absolutely great. We have 4,300 items. As of Sunday, I know Mark had gone through 4,127. He still had 173 to go. I know he asked me the other day whether we had a certain item, and I just said, look at the last 173, and you'll probably find it. But all kidding aside, we do have the extreme patches. I don't know where Jim is today, but if he's playing chess against Sasha, I know Jim always puts it on his head first because he's going to be going through a lot of pain playing Sasha or on his arm, because those pieces, those chess pieces are so heavy to move from one spot to another. So you need the extreme patch.
Lynn, I'm thinking that Zach might have needed that extreme patch too, because he was just telling us before you got on that he had an encounter with a moose. He ran into a moose while he was there in Boulder, Colorado.
Well, if Mark, you need to go through the last 173 because I think we have a moose patch in there. So you have to take a look. But anyway, and here's the thing: somebody might say, 4,300 items. Not going to look at 4,300 items. So just go out and find what you like. You can put them into your favorites category, and once they're in your favorites category, once you go to buy, just go to your customer link and look at what you put in your favorites. So I did that this morning because I happen to have been on a Zoom with a group that is talking about going out to meet face to face or in public rather than doing the Zoom. And I asked if they had the proper kinds of masks, because not every mask is what you should wear. I think if I know that Kimberly and Mark know this. Zach, I don't know whether you have heard, but the N95 masks, they're great. The surgical masks or the medical masks, both of those are about 95% effective, but it's interesting. You look at the ones that a lot of people wear that have a little breathing hole on the side. They're probably the worst because they basically don't stop any of your your breath or the mist that comes out of your mouth from going out. The cloth masks, maybe 10% at most effective. But the surgical or medical masks, ours are 3-layer. So and as Kimberly says, you wear them with blue out when you don't want to give people exposed to your germs, or blue in when you want to be able to prevent yourself from getting somebody else's. We have lots of things. We have basically the beauty masks. I know Zach, you and Mark and I probably don't care about those, but we know that Kimberly does, because look at her face. She must use them all the time because she has such a great looking face. We have the Genesis solution line for this on Amazon sells for $67 plus shipping, which puts it over $70. And we have it for $4.99. And if you buy more than $25 worth of products, you can get your masks or your line free shipped for free, basically, because we ship for free for orders over $25. But then think about this: if you get yourself a mask because you're afraid of the COVID, and I think, well, you should be. And because I've actually seen some reports now that say the mist actually stays in the air a lot longer than people thought it did. So if you happen to be out in gatherings, you might actually have seen somebody talking across the room. You walk over and you don't have a mask on, but you figure, well, they were over there 2 or 3 minutes ago talking, and some of that mist is still hanging in the air. So get the masks. 50 of them for $25. You just have to buy one box, and you're going to get free shipping. So
And get the beauty mask for yourselves as well, because you can't beat the price for the beauty mask. They're the same collagen mask that you would pay over the counter $25. It's the same collagen mask. I don't understand why there's such a big cost difference. But over the counter, if I bought this collagen mask, it would cost me close to $25 plus my gas to go there. And my time, which we all know, I always add my time as very, very valuable. It's money. So I just suggest, this is a smart way of shopping, is you save your money and then you invest your money that you save. And that investments, you can learn how to invest them on our TV shows. We have several TV shows throughout the week that are now teaching you how to do investment. We have Economic Mondays. We have Sasha's trading, how to do trading. And we're getting more. There are more shows coming on that are going to be We've got Financial Fridays now. We've got financial shows that Nick has taken on. So, I encourage you to get out there and save your time shopping. If anyone wants some certificates, we're giving away some money certificates to kickstart you. But when you register, you get $5 of spending money. I think when you spend some, you get some. So
you get some, but we also have some special offers to people who sign up as a customer through IBM TV. Anybody who signs up between now and the end of July is going to get an additional $5 worth of gift tokens. We are giving 100% of our profits through the end of August to IBM TV. Even though normally it would be 50%, we're giving 100%. If you happen to bring somebody on as a customer and you notify IBM TV that you brought somebody on as a customer, you're going to get an additional $5 worth of gift tokens as well. So Mark, if you bring somebody on, or Zach, if you sign up as a customer and then you bring on somebody else, you'll get an additional $5 worth of gift tokens. So hey, look, what a great program. I just want you to come on and support IBM Money Masters PBS, which helps keep IBM TV going. So, go down.
Some money that you can get started with if you want. Again, there's so many items. There's soaps, shampoos, razors. It's like going, I don't know if you have a Dollar Tree or a dollar store in your neck of the woods, but we've got a brick and mortar one now. I don't have to go there. I don't put myself at risk in getting around public. And I can get everything except the ice cream. I like their ice cream, and they don't deliver ice cream on the Family Dollar.
No ice cream, no hammocks. Hank's popped off. I know he's ready for us to wrap up. So we don't have ice cream. We don't have hammocks. There are a couple of items that are missing. They're missing some of the animals. We do have, of course, the Lion King lion, but we don't have any real lions. So you can't have a real lion. Sorry, you can't have a real moose. And I'm still jealous of some of these animals that folks have run into, Kim. This gentleman has run into a moose. Your friend ran into a manatee, the lady that does the exploration of the oceans and everything. So she ran into manatees and all kinds of fancy animals. And all I ran across was a rabbit and a cat.
So you were talking about ghosts before.
Yes.
I'll tell you a quick story. One Sunday morning, my wife and I both sat up in bed, and she said to me, "Did you hear that woman talking?" And she told me what the woman said. And I said, "No, I heard the man say exactly the same thing." Both of us, we heard two different people say, "Wait a minute." So I was sitting in my office, and which was on the second floor, and this was at our old house, and she calls up to me. She said, "I just opened the basement door," and she said, "You can't believe the heat that's coming up from the basement." Okay, so he went down to the basement. The hot water heater had blown, and there was water all over the floor. So we think that what the woman and the man were telling the two of us when we sat up in bed was, go to the basement because your hot water heater blew.
Wow.
And people don't believe that that's true, but it actually happened. I can't remember what he or she said, but I know that my wife can. And my wife had another experience. She was driving on an expressway, and she could hear somebody telling her, be careful going around the corner. And just as she did, and she was going about 60 or 60, well, maybe 80, because my wife drives like I do, but who knows? So, just as she did, she slowed down, and a deer came down the hill.
Wow.
So there are things that do tell us, and who knows?
I believe, Lynn, and I believe the story because I've had that happen before where I've heard something and I get up and I ran into my child's room. I heard something in there that he was sound asleep, but somehow or another his bed crib thing came down. But that's not what I heard. I heard somebody say, you need to go check on your kid.
Right.
Another thing that happens weird in my house is the TVs turn on by themselves. They just turn on. There's nobody with a remote, and we don't live near anyone with a remote control. Trust me. There's nobody next door hitting a remote control, but our TVs will turn on all by themselves. And I've had that happen with guests standing right there, and they look at me. Nope, we don't do anything around here. It just turns on. So my
I
ghost
just bought a drone.
like,
Please don't have that drone turn on by itself. I mean, it's like the little toy drone that kids get, not the real drone, the little toy drone. Please don't have that thing turn on by itself.
Well, that was what we did for fun years ago. We had a remote control for the garage.
ghosts like electronics.
I missed that, but we had a remote control for our garage door, and we found out that it operated somebody else's garage door. So we would drive down the street. We would put the garage door up, and then they realized it was up. They would put it down. So we drive back around, and we'd open it up again.
What were you saying, Kim, about the drones? You were saying something about the drones, and I was saying I don't need them to turn on itself.
Oh, so drones actually come pre-equipped with a ghost in them.
Oh yeah, there you go.
So a lot of people don't know this, but majority of the drones come so that they're already hacked.
Real
surprise if you have a hacker in your drone. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wow.
So, and I know this because of the industry I work in, and I worked with a lot of drone builders down at University of Southern Miss. One of the things they were doing was, so a lot of, people who are experienced hackers and stuff that get into drones, the first thing they do is they take the drone apart and unhack and program it. They unprogram it, and then they
But even the little baby drones, I'm talking about like the little drones that you get that you get for the teenagers. It's the one that says 14 and under or 14 and over. You give that age. It's a little baby drone.
This one?
Yeah, those kind.
A little baby drone, right?
Yeah, those kind.
Yeah.
So you say that
these don't come hacked.
They don't come hacked.
No, these don't come hacked. These you blow on, and they float wherever you want them to go. You can kind of train them. They're a lot of fun. I got this for Christmas. Somebody gave me this for Christmas. It's such a goofball. I need to charge it up. It's dead. But they're fun. You can train them though. They go wild and bounce all over the place, and so they're fun. They're not hacked, but the other drones come kind of pre-hacked. If the ones with that you encode software into and drive, they come pre-hacked. So it's interesting. I don't know why they come like that, but they do. So, do you have a drone, Zach?
No, I hear they come pre-hacked. So.
Yep.
I don't want
pre-hacked. We don't want to.
Zach, I hate to tell you this just because I'll give you a hard time, but that moose that you ran into, he had a drone. That's why he knew where you were. That's why he knew where you were.
Oh, okay. Well,
you're finding you, Zach. Wait till next week. You'll see another one. I can't wait to hear what you find next. Up in the mountains, are you seeing a lot of, because of all the shutdown? I mean, up in the mountains, you probably don't feel a big sense of it, but I've noticed nature acting really different around here. What about where you're at?
Well, I mean, there's definitely less people outside, so I think nature is kind of doing its thing right now. But recently, there's a lot more people, especially in Colorado. The parks kind of reopened a little bit, so people have been kind of gathering there. So there's a lot more people out now. But no, there's I've noticed when I go out that there's more animals, so I'm okay with that. Drone animals.
No drone animals. No drone animals.
No drone animals. No.
I've got a lot of rabbits right now because apparently I think my fox died last year, or they ran it off and they built the school store. So I've got too many foxes, and I mean too many rabbits. So I'm really missing the fox. And I noticed we got an abundance of other things that we never had before that probably the fox took care of. I look at the balance in nature like that, but we've got weirdness in animals. The deer are over. I'm not going to say they're not aggressive, but like they're closing in on us. Like they feel too comfortable. They've never felt that comfortable before. I'm not a hunter, so I'm not going to go out and shoot them. But
the same with cats too. Because like I said, I ran across a cat a couple of days ago, and it was sitting there in the shade. It was plainly belonged to somebody because it had on collar. It had on all the identities that showed that it belonged to a human, or the human belonged to it. Because cats, they never belong to you. You belong to them. But it clearly belonged to somebody. But I went to try to get close to it, and the cat looked at me like, "Nope, don't know you. You're not my owner, and you're definitely not the human that I own." So they kind of ignored me. But it looked like they were kind of in a hiding area because they were like near a shade tree area. So my theory is that they probably heard all them firecrackers from a couple of days ago and were like, "I'm getting the heck out of Dodge. I'm just gonna go somewhere where it's nice and quiet and chill. I might come back to my house later."
There you go. I got a question about up in Colorado, and I know this should be more about your podcast and your movies, but I am kind of curious with things kind of reopening and people going out to the hiking trail. Are they wearing masks?
Yeah, we see a lot of people with masks on the hiking trail. Also, a lot of people without. There's still a weird, stigma with that. I think some guys just don't feel strong when they're wearing a mask. So, but yeah, I mean, I do see a lot of people wearing masks while hiking.
I mean, and I feel that way too, because like, if somebody sneezes in an area and I just happen to walk by, I just feel like it's still there. Yeah. So, or if they cough. So, we've been walking next door at the school, but when I see kids out there playing, their kids are starting to gather, right? What do parents know? And they're out there playing on the playground or playing soccer. And if I see too many, I won't walk in that circle. I'll go somewhere else. I'll venture somewhere else because I just feel like, unless I'm wearing a mask, but the mask isn't about protecting me. It's about, making sure I don't infect anyone. But I noticed that children are starting to come out and feel their Wheaties and getting around each other. It kind of makes me nervous for their parents because I don't think children really know the impact of this disease, right? They feel invincible and what could happen. So I just, it's interesting to watch things open. We've kind of opened and then shut back down. And now we're kind of reopening with a mandatory masks. So the masks are mandatory. There are a lot of rebels that aren't going to abide by it. And again, people don't understand this. This doesn't have to be permanent. They just want to get control of the situation. It's not about protecting you or protecting me or preventing the disease. It's about controlling the spread, just so that the medical industry can get an understanding of it and treat it. Eventually, we'll, like all the other diseases, we'll get a hold of it and we'll put it to bed, just like all the other ones. We've always put them to bed. They still raise their head, but we're able to control them. And I think it's just, this one got way out of hand. But I'm glad to hear things are opening up in Colorado. It's such a beautiful place and everything. have you thought about in making your film and your content? Have you thought about introducing the current events, wearing masks and things like that?
Yeah, we've definitely thought about putting it into certain stories. It kind of needs to be relevant unless this, I guess this time lasts longer. Currently, it doesn't really seem to make sense in most stories because it kind of muffles things. It makes things a little bit harder to see and hear. But it is relevant, so it's going to creep its way in there anyway. You know, most things that are relevant have to be told, so it'll get there.
You know what's interesting is I was watching the TV series Upload. It's Netflix TV series.
Cool.
And it's interesting, right? Very, very twist of weirdness, and right up my alley. But what I noticed is there were people wearing masks on the subways and people wearing masks in certain areas, and I'm like, what a premonition, right? What, because this was filmed way before all of this happened, and I'm like, what a premonition of life in front of us, because this is still like considered, the movie's kind of considered being based in the U.S., even though it could be a global thing. And there were, if you look real hard, people are wearing masks on the subway. People are wearing masks, and I'm like, wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, it was a cool touch to like kind of show a little bit of the future by displaying that. But yeah, I think once it becomes a little more, mainstream and this time lasts a little bit longer, I think the mask should be part of most stories. Why not?
Yep, need to have masks as part of the stories. I see that I just saw a news update that hospitalization here in North Carolina set a new record. So probably that was the day that they just set a new record. They were saying that what you just came to, Kim, that it was actually some of the cases were being driven by our young people, not so much college, grade school age, but definitely like in their 20s and things of that nature. So it sounds like some of the cases are being driven a little bit younger now. Lynn, just really quickly, I had a quick question for Lynn, because Lynn is got that into speaking of people being really invincible. His daughter was not invincible, so I wanted to know how she was doing and how the surgery went, because I did not hear it. So
actually,
do in there for the surgery.
It was actually my daughter-in-law, and thank you for asking, Mark, because she had actually broken the left elbow last year in a bike fall. This year she broke her left elbow again. They had to put in the humerus. They had to put a plate in the ulna. They put a plate, and then she also broke her right wrist. So they actually had to put a plate. It was about a 3 to 3.5 hour operation, which they did on Sunday. And to the best of my knowledge, she should be on her way home now. They live in Toronto. As opposed to last year, which this was good because she went to a different hospital. But we think, well, isn't it great that everybody has socialized medicine? Last year they had to wait 8 days to operate on because they had put a plate in her left elbow. This year they operated the next day, so that was good. And maybe that's just because they had a surgeon available. I don't know, but it's Thank you for asking, Mark. She's doing okay. Yep. Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that she's doing. Those are some tough surgeries. People don't understand breaking your elbow hurts. I've done it, and it hurts. You know how when you hit your funny bone, so you take that and multiply that a lot. The vibration, and I'll never forget when I broke mine. Oh my God, it resonated in my body for quite some time until I could get to the emergency room. And when I got to the emergency room, I was already taking painkillers because I had them anyway for my spine. So the guy goes, "There's no way you broke a bone." I go, "No, I know it's broken." No, you're too calm. You're too calm. Well, I have a lot of training in pain, because I took a lot of training in how to maintain pain. And I took a painkiller before I got here. And he just didn't believe me. And when he went and took the x-ray, he came back and he was, oh my God, she broke her heart.
Yeah, because I broke a bone. This is many years ago. It's probably about 10 years ago, and I broke one too, and it was actually my arm. And I remember falling on it, and I remember hearing it crack, and I remember that crack because I was actually going from speaking of radio and media. I was actually going from downtown Durham to a radio station on one of our HBCUs, actually North Carolina Central. Because I was going to relieve somebody because it was not even my shift, but I was going to relieve somebody that was after a snowstorm, and I literally slipped and fell and hit that concrete in the road, and I could hear that crack, and I remember that crack distinctly even to this day. But you know, the funny thing about those kind of things is that a lot of times the adrenaline hits in. Because I remember cars driving by, like I said, it was wet and wintry, kind of like Boulder, Colorado, so it was wet and wintry, and people were driving by. I remember one person literally stopped by and they were like, "Are you all right? Do I need to call somebody?" And in the, you know, the in whatever that chemical that goes through your body is, I was sitting there going like, "No, I'm all right, I'm good." But then the blood started going and started feeling not as good, started feeling a little bit more wheezy, and I did manage to get to a city office where they called the hospital, and EMS came and picked me up, and then eventually I think they also called my dad because he lives here in this area, and my younger brother. So everybody was all there meeting. My mom actually lives in another town, but I remember my brother, who is notorious, speaking of being a fast driver, Lynn, my brother, historically, before he had kids, was a fast driver as well. And he still might hit the lead foot every once in a while, but needless to say, he's been in a couple of fender benders, but they were taking my blood just to get that sample and make sure what the break was and all of that. And I remember Malik sitting there going like, starting to get real faint, and my dad looking at him, and I'm over there having the surgery, and so I'm looking at him real weird too, like, why are you getting faint? Why are you about to faint? Why are you getting ready to walk out of the hospital? And my brother, who's, like I said, he just turned 50 last October, he looked at both of us, he's like, yeah, but when I have those accidents, that's my blood, not my brother's. So he was having a lot of empathy with me at the time.
It is a different Zach. If let's talk about a little bit about what you're wanting to do moving forward, because one, we really think it'd be cool to have you guys do something on IVM TV. What are some ideas, the thoughts that you have in doing something with us?
Well, we didn't really know. We were just chatting last week, and like the idea kind of popped, and Dill and I just kind of quickly had a conversation if it's something that we could add onto our plate right now. And we didn't really have an idea yet. We were kind of seeing what kind of openings or some things that you guys were looking forward to. Mostly what we're doing are, fictional based, and the podcast things just to, kind of teach us some tools and tips to get us to the movies. So we didn't really have something in mind. Although we were, you did mention an educational children's show about financial education. So we started kind of throwing some ideas out there. So we might have come up with possibly an idea. I'm not really sure. We haven't really fleshed it out yet. But the base premise is that it's like almost like a body swap between like a man and a child. The man is a financial advisor. When he does swap, the child now is trying to teach other kids the things that he knows from like an adult point of view. And it's a lot of kind of the communication between adults and kids and how they don't really understand each other very well. So that was like a base idea that we had, just roughly based on what you, but we kind of just want to see what you guys are interested in. We have, like I said, a lot of weird ideas, and we're fans of making content. So yeah.
Oh my God, I love it. It reminds me of the movie Big, right? And remember when but we're reversing it and he's coming back and teaching. Oh my gosh, this is way cool. Oh my gosh.
That was a quick idea that we Dylan and I kind of had just based on that last conversation. But we're open to a lot of things, and I think we're fairly creative people. So we can come up with a lot of things, and between Dylan and I, we do talk a lot. So we definitely could fill time. So Yeah, we really just kind of wanted to see what you guys had in mind and some things that you were interested in, creating or having us just do.
But even just having a talk show, kind of like what we do and talk about creating. I mean, that's sometimes we get into that mode and we get into a creative mode. And, that's how the other Zach and I came up with, let's do space talk, right?
Yeah.
We have straight talk with Mark, but let's do some space talk because there's so much out there where people do believe. What are we really seeing, or but it's kind of fun to talk about, right?
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
really, it can be educational, but it's fun. I mean, I enjoy listening to people talk about ghosts.
Yeah, if somebody's interested,
I know I have one in the house, so yeah, that's just it. I also you talked about doing games, and I want to go over with you a game that I have for kids that would probably mold into that show that you're doing. So maybe we can work on that. And because I think games are where you make money, right? Especially app games. If we could turn things into an app and a game, we can definitely make money. But Ankit had to beam out for a minute. But here we are, Tuesday, Celebrity Tuesday. We're talking to some really great celebrities. But let's figure out, because you've got a lot of great content. Great content requires some celebrities or creating celebrities. Mm-hmm. And let's talk about how we can get it out there. It's kind of hard and difficult right now to film. My son works in the media industry as well. He's an artist too, which getting any artwork out there, doing art venues just isn't happening. He was also working on Love It or List It.
Yeah.
I don't know if
I know a show. Yeah.
Ever heard of that TV show? But he worked on Love It or List, the stage work, right? But there's no work right now, so because they're not supposed to get together and do these kind of things. So right now everybody's got a lot of work.
Because I know for the big movies, it's been really hard.
Yeah,
but I do have friends that are doing indie movies. So I imagine you're probably still shooting some movies, but just doing it on a more limited basis when you do get out and shoot. Because I've got some friends here that are shooting movies, but they're independent and they're, still keeping their 6 feet of separation and keeping the amount of people underneath whatever the state regulations are. I think here it's 10 or maybe it's 5, but I lose track. But they're still staying within those confines. But I do know that their independent movies, at least here in North Carolina, are still going on. Are you still doing some independent shooting, and are your friends still doing shooting in Colorado?
Yeah, we are. There are some people doing shooting. Right before the pandemic hit, we actually were we started doing the filming of our first short film. This is in the universe of a feature-length film we were making. And we had a couple approvals to shoot inside of a couple stores, but then once the pandemic hit, all of that stopped. So we are seeing people out now doing like wide shots and outdoor exterior shots. You can rent places now because nobody's in some shops, so you can kind of set up inside of shops, but it's very difficult because you got to clean everything quickly and afterwards. And so we kind of halted filming anything and really just focused on producing content and creating ideas. So like I said, we sat down and we made a board game, we made a sitcom, we did a couple series of like a Black Mirror type show, we did a couple full-length feature films, we wrote a couple comic books, and now we're starting to put those into podcast form just so we can sound edit and start working and learning how to do more things once everything opens up to us. So hopefully we learn more stuff with you guys too. So.
Yeah, and I think it's going to just open up. This is just my theory. I think that filmmakers is going to open up big time because of the virtual world, and everybody's going to go virtual, whether it's teachers, whether it's whoever, that there's going to be a lot of need for folks in filmmaking as soon as we do open up, because I know I've talked to educators, I've talked to business owners and a couple other folks, and they're all thinking that we're going to be looking at a mix of virtual and live for at least another year and a half, 2 years. So I think that that's actually going to open up opportunities for filmmakers, particularly if they've got the skill sets and know how to do the virtual aspect of it.
Yeah, which we don't, but we're trying to learn.
Well, the thing is, we'll learn with Henning. Henning is hosting, and I might have forgot to send you the link for his Wednesday night, movie night, and rock operas, which it's also about networking. Except for last week, he played the full movie, but normally he does a little bit of the movie, and then he has a lot of inspirational speakers. And then I've met a lot of people there because he's got a lot of different people that come every week. I use it as one of those weekly cocktail parties, but it's not a cocktail party. But I use it as that to truly just see who's out there, who's doing things. I'll send you a definite link. I don't know that I had your email, but I'll definitely get you the link. But you can also, it's better to be able to go into the Zoom than it is to watch it on Facebook, right? He plays it on Facebook, but you don't get that same interaction with people. Then there's he's got a lot of videos he plays on Facebook, and he talks about filmmaking.
Oh, cool.
So it could be something, but what I like about Henning was he started out an author, right? Well, inspirational speaker, and then he published some books, and they're really good books. And people said, "Well, you need to make these into movies." But when he started making them into movies, he didn't like the director's way, right? There were things he wanted to do, and that happened. So he became a director too. So this is just a guy who is just always wanted to learn more and do more. And now he's the producer, he's the author, the producer, and the director. And but what he did is when he did this, he surrounded himself with the skill sets that do this. And he does that by having these meetings. And he just encourages certain people to come to these meetings, and they do. I've met a lot of people like Ken Levine, Drew Lane, who does the music for his shows. So, but that's where you're going to meet a lot of these people in Hollywood, is networking into things like this, because they don't have the big conferences like I met him at, which was the Sundance Film Festival. Those aren't going to be around for a while. And even if they do, they're going to be very small, what we call mini venues now, which somebody is hosting right now. She's hosting what she calls mini minis. And so they do a lot of mini events, like stacked, to get a lot of people in. And they've got a lot of celebrities attending these, but it's a lot of work. And, and because they've asked me to be part of it. And sometimes what I've learned in this, I hate using the word no, but I'm just not right now. My bandwidth isn't there, because I really want to make this successful, not just for us, for people like you, if we could find out how we can make things happen, because truly the true success is distribution, right? If you can get it distributed, and the major networks don't make it easy to distribute, and they give you too many guidelines that restrict you, and the limitations can be very expensive. That's why I tell people, just very, very expensive. So I have this saying, and actually people are quoting me now in their articles. I couldn't believe this, but education is very valuable, and I don't knock it. It's very, very valuable. Get that paper if you can. Experience is very expensive, very expensive, but it's worth it. But it's very expensive. But other people's experience is priceless. And so if you can get out there and meet some of these people, ask Henning questions. Maybe we'll get you on a little bit earlier. You can ask him some questions. You can become your own director too. Nick and I got tired of hiring directors. We became our own. Because nothing ever got finished. We would pay and pay and pay, and we'll get to it next week, because we weren't their top. We weren't the cream, right? So we'll get to it. And then a year later, we can't use the content because it's and I even fought, took somebody to court over this, because been paying them, and they didn't deliver on time. Then they wanted us to pay them in full, and I'm like, but it was so late, I couldn't use it. It was like way after. Not that Nick and I do a lot of current events, but when it's current, you can't use it after the fact. And I told them up front, it's way after the fact. I'm not going to pay you in full for this. You were paid up to a certain point, and you said you were going to finish it, and 2 months later after the fact, and it doesn't work. And I'm not being rude, but we can't use it. It doesn't work. So that's what happened to us. So Nick and I finally let's get to a point we don't need it. How do we do that? And that's what you need to get to a point. How can you create your content where it doesn't cost you a fortune, where it looks great, you have quality, and that you have distribution for it? See, that's the thing. You can create it and not have distribution, and then you're holding a lot of great content. And no, so let IBM TV help get you there, like we're doing with Mark, like we're doing with Zach, like we're doing with Alexander May. All of these great shows, great content. We'll get you there. You can help Zach and I with the space stuff, I bet.
Yeah,
kind of
all kinds of cool stuff happening in Colorado.
We'll make superheroes out of it, right?
Look, Dylan's a huge fan of space. He wrote a couple like space stories and one about time travel, so he's into that. And as far as ghosts, we actually wrote a very cool ghost story as well. It's called Poltergeist, and it's about a ghost trying to get reincarnated back into a body. So yeah, we talk about everything, and we're interested in every single topic.
I love that. And you know what? We're unfortunately going to have to wrap up for the day. I hope, but we're going to do some more work with you. Hopefully you'll come and do some conversations with us on Podcaster Thursday. And who knows, maybe just getting the conversations going becomes a show for you. I don't know if maybe I told you this, but watch the movie Cosmos. Cosmos was made. I thought it was really good. If I don't fall asleep in a movie, then it's really good. And it's just purely because I work so much. I think that when I finally slow down to watch a movie, unless it truly captivates me, I doze off. But I did not doze off in Cosmos. But it was, if you really look at it, they used just one scene mainly. There's 2 scenes total. And you're like, and this is probably the cheapest, best outer space movie I've ever seen. But it was all actors. It was all acting, no special effects, except for the very, very, very end, where a car is racing. They're trying to race somewhere to do something. I won't end it. I won't ruin the ending for you. But watch it and see how cheaply made this movie was, but how great it was. It was really. It held my attention. I didn't fall asleep. But we need to wrap up. Don't forget to watch us. Tomorrow is Wednesday. We also have Weed Wednesday. I think we're the only network who actually has a TV show about weed. It comes on at 3:00 in the afternoon Eastern Standard Time. It's really good content. What?
I said, being from Colorado, we got a lot to talk about that too.
Right.
Oh yeah, Colorado is definitely a state that deals with that big time. Colorado, Nevada, a couple of other states.
I'll line you up. You could probably be on a show. Jeff is a really great person. He's another person I met when I was doing some filming with Henning out in California. We just accidentally bumped into each other. He shared me his mission is to truly free the people who are in prison for life, that were nonviolent criminals but got put in prison for life because of pot.
Yeah.
And so he's already have 2. So, this is not an easy task, but he's out there working and doing it. But his TV show every Wednesday afternoon at 3:00. We have our other stuff that we're trying to do, Startup Wednesdays, but startups don't show up. So we're doing book authors, and we're also doing women entrepreneurs, and business people do show up. So we're doing a lot of businesses, but then Podcaster Thursdays, and then Medical Fridays and Financial Fridays now. So we got medical doctors and financial experts on Fridays. We thank you guys for watching us, and we look forward
Don't forget Spiritual Saturday.
And Spiritual Saturdays. Yeah, I don't want to jump too far ahead. And then we have Sundays, which is a lot of fun with children's shows and live music, funk music. And I'm trying to get to our Ankit's not here. What happened to Ankit? I need to get our ambassador up. So I'm going to keep going until I get my ambassador. Here she goes, guys.
While the ambassador is getting up there, my quick question for you is, how are you dealing? Oh, okay, you got it.
coronavirus से कैसे बचेंगे? ओके, हैंड होकर और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा सुनने का।
There you have it, guys. The ambassadors told us our great social manners, but also how we can survive through this COVID. And Ankit,
That's the wrap for the day, and thank you for joining us on Celeb Tuesday. We'll see you tomorrow on Startup Wednesday. Have a good day, take care, and see you soon. Time
Great,
to
thank you.
wrap up.